back to my first playthrough, Pillars of Eternity. So, earlier this morning, we killed a Kraken, and we completed the White March Part 2, leaving us with only, uh, with only the main storyline to do. My game, my game sense indicates to me that we're nearly at the end. I suspect, if I do not finish it today, that it will be finished tomorrow. But regardless, we are going to continue our adventure. And I must say, this has been quite an enjoyable game.
Estromore?
They want to strike out at Defiance Bay and attack it because they believe they're weak. I say cool story. If they strike out at anyone, I'll intervene.
Wait. I don't know if I should go through with this. Make the trade deal with the Anamenfath. If a Valiant deal with the Glanfathins weakens the Deerwood, it could mean war for the Republics in the future.
Okay, what other option do you have?
I could put the idea in the Anamenfath's head that the Republics are not interested in exclusive trade, but limited trade of goods that they do not already trade with the Deerwoodens.
Yeah, be careful. I understand where this is coming from, and that's good. Troubled look crosses over her face. She is clearly conflicted, but nods weakly in acknowledgement. Yeah.
Another Estromore. What do you want?
As I look at her, she becomes younger while the others stay as they are. She is a child in their eyes, new to her position, perhaps. I want to visit the other districts of Twin Elms.
There are reasons we don't let you Estromoran roam our sacred city. Reasons I am coming to understand.
If you're having some kind of trouble, perhaps I could help. She shakes her head. I'm afraid not.
Looters have grown bolder at the sites of the builders. The people of Defiance Bay set fire to their own city. And every week, the three Tusk Stelgar bring news of more desperate settlers pushing at our borders, trying to escape their plague of Anolfane children.
Suddenly, you feel the presence of someone else in the hall. The Anamenfath continues to glare at you, but something has stepped out of her skin. It reaches out to you.
Permitting more strangers the freedom of the city is out of the question right now. Go and be thankful that Anamfath Shimak doesn't sit in the passage of the Six today. He would not be so kind as I.
A vision of a Orland man appears near Bethwell. He has the same green-brown fur and hazel eyes as she does. Help me reason with them. He points behind you. Turning, you see the ghostly shapes of 5 other Anamfatha. Another Orland with tawny fur and a scarred face, a frowning dwarf, a black-furred Orland, and 2 elves. You're the leader of the Guided Compass. I thought your tribe was more open to outsiders. Indeed, and it has earned us little respect from our peers. These are not times when trust comes easily. The spectral Orland takes another step from her, setting his foot down with a slow, heavy motion. Tendrils of essence strain between them, and he grimaces and leans forward as if struggling against a gale. The angry Anamenfath winces. War. The spectral Orland's voice is a rasping croak. They're headed for war. Remind them of Farewell's warning. Does Farewell's warning mean anything to you? Farewell's soul image gasps. Taut threads of essence tug at him, drawing him back into the Anamenfath. He looks up at you again. I tried to tell them. The Builder's souls have touched even the Estromorn.
You'd better explain yourself.
The Builder's souls have touched even the Estromorn?
There's no way you could have known this saying. Not unless you are a Galuth on Anams, a watcher of souls.
Yep, I am. That explains much.
Feralt's warning came before the Broken Stone War. Feralt, my ancestor on my mother's side, was Anamfath of our tribe then. When the Estromoric farmers defiled the builders' monuments, Feralt urged the other Anamfatha to patience, but louder, angrier voices prevailed. Feralt believed that the invaders could be taught to respect the builders as we do. He also believed the builders' souls had spread to all peoples, and that we should avoid needless conflict with others. More practically, he worried that a violent response would only spur further bloodshed across the generations, and you can see where we are today.
I think after two wars with the Durwood, his warning is more relevant than ever.
While Feralt's words were shrewd, they were ignored back then. Simply remembering his warning now will not undo the wars and the changes that the years have seen. There is blood on these stones, and that is all anyone remembers now.
An image of a polished Adra cube flashes into your mind. There is writing on the sides, but the image is too faint for you to read it. The Anamenfath turns away from you and looks at the ground, gnawing a pointed claw. You can't change the past, but your choices now still matter. Yes, that is the problem.
Another Estromor came through here a few days ago and, well, letting him through was a mistake. One I am eager not to repeat. The Guided Compass tribe has a reputation for being too soft with Estromoran. One that will not be improved by my failure to stop this man who has desecrated our most sacred sites.
That sounds like the man I came here to stop.
I won't repeat a mistake in my haste to correct it. We bar Twin Elms from Estromoran to protect the ancient places that the Builders left behind. The Builders left this heritage to us to defend, but they alone had access to it. On this much, at least the 6 tribes agree.
Once more you see the polished Adra cornerstone in your mind. This time, the image is clearer. Each face of the stone is inscribed with a phrase you know by heart. You feel your lips form words. A gift from the builders of civilization to the guardians of their legacy. May the guardians watch the door while the builders keep the key.
These were the words given to the keepers of the stone.
I know.
Very well. The city is yours to explore. Tell the guard at the gate that you come to see the cornerstone with the blessing of the Guided Compass. If the gods have truly returned one of the builders to us, find the Delimgon of Ter Evron in Elms Reach. If the gods have sent you here with a purpose, the Delimgon will know.
One of my companions, a representative of the Valian Republics, wishes to discuss a trade issue with you. The Orlan turns her gaze towards Palagina. Yes, the Valian godlike, blessed of Hylia. Palagina bristles and quickly spits out a response. So they say. The Anamenfath face shows no outward emotion, but her voice betrays annoyance at Palagina's interruption. And diplomat of the Duke's Bells, I understand you were to be sent here with the trade assurances from your masters? Revered Anamenfath, it is true that I was chosen to convey those assurances, but understand that I was fashioned more for war than etiquette. The Orlan smirks slightly. In these dangerous times, perhaps it is better to send warriors to do diplomats' work. Palagina musters a weak smile. Indeed, Anamanfath. Regarding the exclusive trade agreement. Nod head, smiling warmly. I'll support you no matter what, Palagina. Palagina steels herself. The republics feel it would be in the best long-term interests of all parties if you maintained your traditional goods trades with the Durwood. Oh shit. Palagina. Damn. Oh well. They had a Menfat's long ears pitched forward. A strange turn. What do the republics want then? Palagina speaks quickly but confidently. Tanratara pearls. Trade will be picking up quickly on them in the Eastern Reach. You will buy them exclusively from us for the next 5 years. In exchange, we will be your exclusive market for Adraban and Karagolan for the same period. Danamfeth considers Palagina's words for several long moments. An interesting proposition, Valian. We will send emissaries south to discuss the details at greater length. Your appearance here speaks well of your duke's intentions. Palagina bows deeply. Revered Anamenfath.
That's it. My position in the Brotherhood gone. I can't believe I just made up new trade terms to the Glanfath and Anamenfath. Postinago.
Well, you did the right thing, but yeah, you're gonna get fired.
Verus. They have a saying in Biajepe. New gold clears even the oldest debts. If I'm right, all will be forgiven. If not, there's nothing I can do about it now.
Yes?
Well, you did what you thought was right. But now you're gonna have to pay for it, most likely. Regardless, oh, what's this?
Extra more?
Sensing your approach, an agitated elven hunter suddenly drops his conversation and turns to face you. What kind of courtesy have you learned in your filthy homeland? A red stripe of paint gleams, pearly with sweat from cheekbone to cheekbone. We speak of Glenfathan matters. Begone! The huntress in the group raises her calloused hand. Still your heart, Ridai. Do not forget where you stand. She parts the fine strands of golden hair that float before her face and acknowledges you with a nod. In the house of our ancestors and the 6 tribes, we commune as one people. Ridai looks away and fumes in a restrained breath. The ancestors will forgive me and my brother when I clean the shame away from his name. He looks at the huntress, and from the taint it has brought to our tribe. What has happened to your brother? My brother. The hunter's heavy breathing pauses for a moment. My brother, Fjorm, is the greatest hunter of our tribe. He set out on a blood hunt, but he has not returned. And now, Earthwind, that puny liar, he claims that my brother... Radai clenches his fists. The elven huntress fills in the silence. Arthwin belongs to another tribe. He is the hunter that competed against Fjorm during their blood hunt. She gives a glancing look to Radai. Arthwin claims that Fjorm has exiled himself, deciding not to return to Twin Elms. Radai scowls. His stripe of paint curves like an angry wound. Exiled? In shame? For losing him during the blood hunt? Can you believe this, liar? Even though Arthwin returned with the giant Stelgar's fang as proof, it's hard to believe that Fjorm would have failed to kill the prey first. The huntress digs her heel on the dark soil. But you cannot claim that yet, Radai. Not until the Anamfatha judges the truth. Arthwin Zurik, from a lower tribe. He lies! I'll find the truth and clean my brother's name. Okay, why would Arthwin lie about your brother? Why? Radai, please, still your anger. He does not know our customs. The huntress turns to you and nods. Arthwin stands much to gain from claiming a victory over Fjorm. It brings renown and glory to his kin, a lesser tribe, the twice-split Arrows. Arthwin has no history, no name, and now he returns a hero while my brother... Radai's face twists in ire. Tricked. Perhaps worse. And how exactly do you plan to clear Fjorm's name? A bead of sweat rolls down Radai's forehead, and hangs from his red-painted cheekbone like a drop of blood. It quivers as the hunter's muscles twitch. I can't tarry here while my brother's fate remains unknown. The Anapata must let me go. To judge Arthwin, and to clean our tribe's name, they cannot listen only to your truth. The huntress lowers her head, glancing at you. Before the Anamfatha, only an impartial voice can speak for what happened. The Dai whips his neck, and the drop of sweat lingering on his cheekbone flies in your direction. You mean to involve this one? An Estramor? She points at him, her calloused finger curved like a claw. Listen to me now. Arthwin returned. With proof. Your brother did not even come back. Huntress blows against the fine hairs floating down her face. The tribes are split. Something must be done. She looks at you. And this one is known to speak the truth. Okay, I'll do it. The Dai stares into nothingness. He breaks the silence in a grave voice. I'll remain here and wait for the Anamfata to summon us. Huntress nods at you. Fjorm and Arthwin went to the Northweald Forest, beyond the Old Song Past, to hunt a giant Stelgar. Search there and return to us with the truth if you can. But be aware, Stelgar of such size, many times over their lesser kin, usually gather a big pride that follows them closely. The Dai fixes his eyes on you, two glowing embers over the blood-red stripe painted across his face. Istramor, I don't expect help, but I'll do anything to know of my brother's fate, and to clean the stain that Arthwin has spilled on our tribe. He throws his chin back. Anything. This I claim. Interesting. All
I'm
right.
here.
Now I have access to all of Twin Elms, and I have a quest. It means I can move past and actually make it to the Northweald. I have several quests over there, a bounty and this. One more, I can't remember what. It might just be another bounty. Well, I haven't heard a single word about Thaos since I got here. Old Song District, Elms Reach District. Okay, let's unlock Elms Reach. And then the Old Song District. Not sure how to unlock the Burial one, but while I'm running there, let's just see quickly what this says. Okay, Elms Reach. Okay, we'll go there next then. Northweald, Northweald. Oh, that's right. Lord Rajik is back. How? I don't know. It might not even be him. The Phylactery's Promise, Okay, I have to find a druid for Aravius if I care enough to. I don't think I do. Enders, okay. We'll go this way. I guess that means we'll unlock this first. And then we'll unlock Elm's Reach. Do not try my patience, Estremor. You shall not pass without the permission of the Anamfatha. I came to see the cornerstone with the blessing of the guided compass. The guard scowls and looks at his companion, who nods back. He turns to you again, his knuckles whitening around the shaft of his spear. Always too cozy. Always too cozy with the Estremorn. Go, and mind your step around the sacred stones. Speaking of
Hmm?
lords, lords is in a Lord of Face is in a political discord I'm in. I love that guy. I do too, like a brother, but I sure don't agree with his political views. But I won't get into that. That'll detract from the game. Welcome back, Dix. A Glenfathan woman stares at the ground. Her bushy eyebrows frown in a straight line. Never before has a man slipped past with so much ease. A sign. A dark sign. An elven man waves his hand in an arc over the ground. It has come to pass. At the end of the motion, his long fingers close into a fist. We could not have foreseen it. The Delungan could not either.
Builder's wisdom to you.
The woman shakes her head. And what does that tell us? She notices you, her thick eyebrows arching in surprise. Estramore, excuse us. We are not used to your kind here under the great trees. Tell me about the man you spoke of. Not even sure what they are. He just posts the craziest stuff. Uh, yeah, well, uh, as with anything that's a belief system not founded, usually not founded in facts, like politics, he posts some crazy shit. He believes some crazy shit. Doesn't mean I don't like the guy, but I certainly wouldn't. Anyway, not the Glenfathan. Broke into the tower here in Elms Reach. Nobody saw him come, not even the Delmgan. He moved in silence, like a Stelgar in the shadows. Our hunters got no scent until it was too late. But we heard the stones crack when he stepped inside Terivron. Dark omen, I say this. Alright, goodbye. That's Thaos for sure. Still gotta speak to the Telumgan. Delumgan. Alright, what's this in front of me? On Fathan Home, Old Song District, Hall of Warriors, Blood Sands. Alright, well, we'll go this way first. People really love their Black Panthers. They're everywhere. Is this the guy? Arthwin. Oh yeah, that's him. Let's see what he has to say. A lanky hunter grooms his stubble, a patched fuzz of blonde hairs, while listening attentively to a young elven woman. She whispers in his reddened ears and giggles. With his head still lowered, he flashes a wide smile in return. The hunter notices you. He clears his throat and straightens his back, adopting an air of dignity. I've been expecting you. My tribesmen have told me that you're here to speak the truth about Fjord's exile. He combs his sparse stubble, darting a glance to the elven woman. Well, Arthwin doesn't hide from the truth. Ask and I'll answer. So what happened to Fjorm? Arthwin looks down and licks his lips. Fjorm. He pushes the blonde bristles away from the edges of his mouth. Every tribe knows his prowess. A hunter of great name. But this time he fell behind. We spotted the giant Stelgar on the Sentinel's Ridge, above the waterfall of the Northweald. It was stalking for prey. Arthwin lightly shakes his head. Fjorm wanted us to split. He'd lured the beast to the river and I'd flank it. The hunter scratches his flushed earlobe. But the beast didn't come down to the riverbank. So we tried to circle it on the ridge. I climbed faster, and there it was, ready to pounce on me. Arthwin thrusts his fist forward. I pierced flesh midair, rolled over, and stabbed at it again, and again. And it was dead. The hunter pushes his mustache back and looks up. Fjorm couldn't believe he didn't earn the kill. Not even a cut. He said he'd not return with the shame of losing to a twice split arrow. Arthwin sighs. I pleaded, but he was the keeper of the stone. He'd not listen. And now he's exiled. Who knows where? Yeah, I don't believe
Yes?
you. In fact, my prediction is you let him die after he was injured killing the Stelgar, and you just took the horn and, the tooth and left. Oldest story in the book. Either that or he killed him. I don't predict he's telling the truth. Come to treat with the three-tusked Stalgare.
What brings you here?
Come to hear your future at Terevron. His smile widens, exposing a row of yellowed, crooked teeth. Or to make your own at Bloodsands. Ooh, what's the Bloodsands? An ancient place of sacrifice. He laces his fingers together. In a cave by the great Elms themselves. Reshton and his druids have been an integral part of Glanfathan society for generations, no matter what some of the other tribes might say. Our Glanfath has held its own against the Estromorn because some of us still understand the power of sacrifice. He gives you an appraising eye. Does that thought make you uncomfortable? It should. It is what's kept our society alive for so long. Okay, that's it? You don't seem fond of us, I guess? He hunched shoulders straighten. His hunched shoulders straighten. I fought in the Broken Stone War and the War of Black Trees. I saw my brethren cut down defending the places of the builders, and I shed blood alongside Galvin Regd himself. He coughs. Now, the Estromorns seem to think that they'll find a cure for their empty children among our sacred sites. Or worse, that they'll find sanctuary in our lands. I've seen what happens when they set their sights on Glenfathan soil. They're desperate. The best of them want to find a cure. The worst are looking for an excuse to plunder. Isn't there room for you both? No. These guys, this worries you. I've seen too many wars for this not to worry me. In my 250 years, I've led my people through 2 wars. Our borders have remained intact, and largely through the reputation of the three-tusked Stalgare. His voice drops to a growl. I've sired a dozen children, but none have been deemed fit to take my place. I care nothing for the legacies that obsess the Estromorn lords, but it is important that my successor continue this path. Okay, is your role hereditary? No, it doesn't sound like it, so... Ordinarily, the Riao would turn to others in my tribe, to clan heads and their families. Ordinarily. He levels his gaze. But we share a tradition of fostering the children of other tribes, and the Anamfath of Fisher Crane has trusted his youngest to my care. And as none of my own blood are fit to take my place, the Riao will look next to this bog child, the kin of another Anamfath and my foster daughter, to take my place. Bog child? His shoulders stiffen. I have nothing but respect for Fisher Crane. But their ways are not ours. The Orlands of Fisher Crane have lived in the Thane Bog for 1,000 years. They're cunning and furtive by nature, which serves them well when they have swamplands to hide their movements. This won't deter the Estromorn on open ground. When the Republics were young, we sent explorers up through Thane Bog to find a faster way through the dwarven kingdom of White March. Few returned. He points at the warriors gathered near the fire. Our savagery has deterred the Estromorn from further encroachment. They still tell of our deeds in the Broken Stone War. But if a child of Fisher Crane leads our tribe, we will lose that boldness, and they will lose their fear of us. The child will be influenced by the souls of her ancestors. In times of crisis, she will look to her kin in Thane Bog for guidance. No matter what I might try to teach her, it will not be enough. He considers you. There is a way you could help, if you have the stomach for it. But I think you have the perspective to see why certain unpleasantness may be necessary. Okay? This Orland girl has the soul of a leader. If it were passed to one of my own offspring, our tribe would remain strong. The Stelgar at Simek's side scratches its massive head on the Anamfath's leg. He remains steady on his feet. The Druids of Bloodsands have a way to do this, and they understand the importance of a strong line of succession for three-tusked Stelgar. The irises of Polygina's golden eyes grow wide. This is brutal talk, even among Glenfathans. He gives you a key. There's a house in southeastern Heartsong, next to the river. The child will be asleep, and I've arranged for her to be unattended for a time. His voice becomes a quiet rumble. Take her, and bring her to Keeper Weirdra in Bloodsands. She knows what must be done. When she presents you with the liquid essence, bring it back to me. I won't do this. I do not relish the deed, but 2 centuries of leadership have taught me that all things bear a cost. He nods once. Consider it well, Estremor. I am not above rewarding those who are of service. Goodbye. I'm not going to kill a kid for you.
I'm here.
Lyris. A young man approaches you with a swift and purposeful stride. While you've never met him before, he has the same stern, wild look as Samok. He doesn't speak until he's right next to you. When he does, his voice is quiet. Wait. I saw you speaking with my father. He glances back at the room with Samok. He's asked you to sacrifice Vila, hasn't he? He grits his teeth. Maybe he's right about 3 tusk Stelgar growing weak. But if this is the price of strength, it isn't worth it. The tribes have survived this long because we've stuck together. It's how the Republic survived during the collapse of the Grand Empire. Had any of the great cities sided with the Empire, we would have never broken away. I would never hurt the child. He sighs. You did not seem like one who would. But my father will find someone who will. He doesn't give up on an idea easily. There might be a way to stop him, though. He frowns. There's a herbalist among the Ovates of the Golden Grove. Bleda's her name. They all gather southeast of here by the river. She could brew a poison. Samok wouldn't know the difference until it's too late. What the hell? Let me guess, if Samok dies, you're next in line? It's not like that. The Rio have already determined that my soul isn't strong enough. Whoever follows my father, it won't be me. I just want out. He scowls. I hope you don't have to think too hard about it. With another glance at Samok's chambers, he backs towards the door. I'm warning you now. Don't go anywhere near Vila. I'm my father's son in one regard, anyway. Crazy people. Utterly crazy people. I don't want nothing to do with you. I'm not killing kids. I'm not killing your dad. You want to kill him so bad? Kill him yourself. Why this place is so insane is beyond me. As insane as Andra was. If you don't know who I'm talking about, Andra is a goddess of, I suppose, rebirth and mysteries and also forgetting. I guess she's kind of like the goddess of Alzheimer's, in a certain sense. And while I was playing earlier today, we did the White March, and I got a chance to speak with Andra. Oh, Thaos.
You have stayed true to our cause, Inquisitor, when so many others have not. For every heretic we confess, for every betrayer that burns on our pyres, new sheep continue to flock to Iavara ex Incios. But not you. I underestimated you in the beginning, but no longer.
You honor me, Grand Inquisitor.
It is not for honor that I summoned you today, but for duty. Too many of our own have confessed upon the wheel and the rack and the flame. Too many of our faithful have had their minds poisoned by the Kratom witch. The tide is against us now. We have but one option. Iavara's following must see her exposed for what she is. She must confess her heresy before my court.
How would we reach her?
Not in Kratom, surely. Their lord has embraced her heathen faith and protects her with his army. But in Oceanus, things would be different. The king of Oceanus is a sinful man. We have helped him to see the error of his ways, and now he fears for his soul. He would pay any price for absolution.
But how would we get Yovara to move to Oceanus?
You have already done much for the Inquisition. I wouldn't ask this were there any other choice.
Bullshit. So apparently, was I, not only was I working with him, but I was trusted.
Estremor.
Ooh, flask of war paint. What's the? Any other crazy things you're holding out on me? No? Okay. Worth every copper piece. Potions are awesome. What's this?
Hail, Estremor.
Just some random NPC, probably related to another quest. An elf with placid green eyes nods in greeting. Welcome to the Golden Grove, traveler.
Many blessings, traveler.
I guess you're just another random NPC? Who leads your order? High Ovata Rona leads us. She sometimes journeys to Elmshore to renew her strength, however. She's there now, with some of her closest followers, in fact. Arona is a mighty elm among us. She's lived for generations. There are none who understand the world as well as she, and we are fortunate to have her wisdom to answer our questions. So, basically, nothing I don't already know. Thought I was supposed to speak with a Delmgan here. Terevern. Okay. Sida. Two identical women seem to fade into view as they move away from the great trees. Their skin is tree bark, ridged and scaly, wreathed in a curling tangle of roots, buds, and blooms. Their hair hangs beneath the shade of serrated leaves, like the drooping branches of the elms above, and the pupils of their eyes are encircled by hundreds, or even thousands of concentric rings, as if to mark the accumulated wisdom of millennia.
Turn around, flesh creature. Outsiders are not permitted to approach the elms.
Do you not feel it, sister? Something familiar. An ancient soul, like the other one. Another defiler, no doubt. Let us fell him and be troubled no more. It would pay the debt of his predecessor.
So it would seem, Rhiannon. But we must not hasten to judgment. I see a different motive here. Different questions in these eyes.
What of it, young trespasser? Is it as my sister says? Or are you here to stain this place with foul deeds?
Let's go with diplomacy.
That may be, flesh creature. But I do wonder whether your intentions are quite so noble as that. Are you here for the land, or for you?
He is here for Thaos Exarchanon. That much is evident. The answer is yes, old one. We crossed paths with Thaos not long ago, and we can tell you where he went,
But I find it curious that anyone would seek him out. Suspicious, even. If we are to help you find him, we would know why.
I need to end Wademan's legacy.
So that is the reason he passed this way. This is low, even for the leaden key.
I told you we should have confronted him, Sheila. He has always been a poison.
It would have been the last thing we ever did, sister. Who can be said to have ever gotten the better of Thaos?
Yes, but imagine how much fun it would have been. Can't you just picture him all strung up in vines like an angry little puppet?
But that's not what this is really about, is it? You are bound to that man. I see it now. You are awakened. Your soul is awake, and something once buried deep now wells to the surface. Past overwhelms present, closes in around you. Your time has nearly reached its end. I am sorry to tell you this, but Thaos cannot give you what you seek. Nor can any man. An awakening cannot be undone, any more than your past can be undone.
So I'm gonna go crazy.
The soul is formless without a past to shape it. Did you truly expect to be able to wipe it away? That is the penance we all pay, but penance cannot be paid for a past only known in fragments and glimpses. However, as much as my sister speaks truly that there is no way back from an awakening, there may yet be a way forward. Would you agree, Sheila?
I would. Were the way not so likely to end in death.
You underestimate my power!
Or perhaps you underestimate your foe, old one. Where your soul is renewed in its ignorance in each span of your life, his only grows in cunning and resolve.
Oh, don't worry, I'll be sure I have the high ground.
The man Thaos you must already know by now. You are linked by a common past. Something about it lingers within you, festering, unresolved. What it is I cannot see any more than you. And without that knowledge, your doom is certain. But were you to learn the source of this discord, perhaps it could be put to rest. Though it is equally possible it will trouble you as much now as it did then, and merely speed your condition to its end.
My past comes to me in pieces. How do I unlock the rest?
You might wait for it to come on its own, of course, but when it comes, it will replace your sanity's last breath. Such is the nature of your condition.
Or you could learn it from someone who already knows.
Thaos.
It is said the gods made his memory perfect, that he may never forget his charge. If he ever knew, he still does.
Not that he would tell you, of course.
You have followed the right person for the wrong reason, it seems. We see it often beneath the elms, the soul dragging mind and body to unknown places for unfathomable reasons. You may have wandered into Thaos' path many times, in many lifetimes, without an awakening to show you why.
The only thing that's certain is you did not find what you sought.
Do you know where he went?
He has gone down beneath the tower to a place older than we, where the people of Engwith once walked. He makes his way to the buried city, Sun and Shadow.
May he stay down there and rot with the remains of his people.
He may yet. He won't be returning the way he came, that much is certain. He opened a secret path in the tower's base, and saw it destroyed behind him through some vile means.
Okay. Is there another entrance?
We know of one. On the burial isle, through the court of the penitents, Braeth Yaman. A shortcut, in fact.
Don't be cruel, sister. The way my sister speaks of is not for the faint of heart. A great pit at the center of a forgotten court, where faiths were judged in place of crimes. To most, it is simply a gateway to death. With the help of the gods, it can take you where you want to go.
Okay, what does that mean?
The pit is said to have been a means of judgment by the gods. Those cast into it are meant to die. It is that way you must pass to reach Sun and Shadow. The court is old. We do not know much for certain, but it would seem only the gods themselves can grant passage. No more than a ruin now. It is older than we, a place for the trial of heretics. We were not here to witness it, but at one time there was a group that refused to acknowledge the gods. Neither the first nor the last, of course, but these were numerous and all put on trial for it. Those who did not repent were cast into the pit and imprisoned below.
Oh my god, there really was a Spanish Inquisition.
The fall killed them, of course. The prison was not for people but for their souls, and their sentences were eternal. It is said that many of the condemned repented and were permitted by the gods to ascend from the pit, so long as they pledged their service to one of them. But these are old legends.
Okay, well,
Behind us is Ter Evron, said to pierce the shroud itself and a place of communion with all gods. If ever there was a time for prayer, you have found it.
oh god. Okay, well, is there no other way?
None.
Okay, so the only way to do this is to pray for help.
Not the only way. Just the only one that doesn't end with your body impaled on jagged rocks.
Hey, who do I pray to?
I would pray first to those gods you like best. I hope for your sake, the feeling is shared.
Yeah,
Not the only way.
I don't
Just
think
the only one
Andra
Ter Evron is
wants to
often
hear
called
from
the
me.
Hall of Stars, and the stars show us the allegiances of the gods. When stars are in conjunction, we know the gods they represent are aligned as well. You should choose a place to pray where you'll be closest to those you want to hear you. If a god stands alone, you should pray to that god. If they band together, you should address them all. Choose your words wisely, for all gods expect proper homage, and none has patience for fools.
Okay.
What do you wish to know? There is little to be said about us, for we are bound here, caretakers and defenders of this place. Our journey has been over time but not distance, measured in observations but not experiences. We have seen the elms grow tall. We have seen cities built, burned, and built again. The only constant has been the tower, a silent companion through the ages. You can imagine why this recent destruction has stirred my sister so.
If you do nothing else, make that man pay for what he did here.
We will tell you what we can. What do you wish to know?
How did you know I was pursuing Thaos?
The same way that you are no doubt able to peer into the ether and experience the souls of others.
Okay.
It is something we are born with, some more, some less. A gift common to many creatures of the wilds.
So these two are watchers
You
as well.
share certain similarities with the man you pursue. For your sake, I
Oh.
pray they are few and of no consequence.
There is something about this place that reaches beyond our understanding, something like a beacon. The Elms have a way of uniting souls that have been seeking one another, with or without their owner's awareness.
So this is somewhat of like a magnet for souls. I wonder why.
Sometimes it is for love, sometimes for vengeance, sometimes for peace. Often it is for no reason we will ever know. In your case, let us hope it is for peace.
Or vengeance.
Before you go, tell me this, old one. I'm curious. If you were to subdue your enemy, what would you do with him? What would give you peace?
I'm gonna undo the harm he's done.
You would need to have twice as many lifetimes as he to repair his savage work.
Well, somebody has to start somewhere.
All the same, think on this matter. Be assured in your course. In the end, it may mean all the difference, not just to his soul, but to yours. And be warned. Some questions have answers that can never be learned, and it is those that trouble the soul above all others. May you find an answer to yours.
Interesting. Well, let's proceed to the Blood Sands. I want to know what that's all about. Hello. A dwarven man stands motionless near the roaring fire that lights the cavern. Your sacrifice feeds the land, supplicants. Come forth. A gust of smoke curls around him, licking the charred flesh that bulges on his forearms. They suddenly flex. Astramor. The dwarf holds his fists in a tight grip. Your kin doesn't come here to share with the tribes. What do you want? Okay, well, geez, I just want to know about Ethic Null. That's who we are. The dwarf picks on his scarred forearm, his guttural sigh mingling with the crackling of wood and bone beside him. As I said, Estermorn rarely visit our halls. Our order has thrived for generations. Before we came to the Twin Elms, our rights fed the lands of the Eastern Mountains. Now we share blood for Iron Glenfath. Okay, tell me about the sacrifices then. Everything must die to return anew, Estremor. I see. So you don't have a quest for me, do you? Okay. Goodbye. Yeah, I'll respect your ways. Don't worry about that. Really confused though. This place set up like a dungeon. You know what I thought this was gonna be? Like some sort of gladiatorial thing. I'm really disappointed. The petitioner before you is swaddled in loose-fitting robes. Her hair is greasy and matted, a glossy film of sweat and grime coating her exposed skin. She has the swollen features of pregnancy and several missing teeth in her big, grinning smile. As you approach, she slowly turns to you and examines you from head to toe, smiling the entire time. "Joyous day to you," she says. Despite coming from a wearied body, her voice sounds resonant and relaxed. "I am Naka, midwife and lore-keeper." Her hands run across a slight bulge in her belly. She rolls her head back and sighs a relaxed purr. "Are you okay?" "Flawless," she replies. "Apologies, I should be left to my meditation. The rite of okay, alright, cool. No idea what's happening in here. I think
I see something.
I think I might be in a drug den. Oh, cool, they've got flame blights just running around.
I can do that, as requested.
Well, I'm surprised Durance hasn't said anything. This place looks like it's devoted to both Magran and, I can't remember the other
What's
god.
this?
Indeed, what? Oh,
Be cautious. Be constant.
Hmm? Yes?
no, I don't want to trigger the trap. And I better get out of here. I'm pretty sure I'm going to piss them off. Hey, so we found your secret. Okay, I guess he doesn't care. Okay, cool. Alright, there must be another quest in this area later, or something. I'm definitely going to go questing after this. I just wanted to explore. I thought maybe there was something else to do in here. Oh, found another named
Ask for
NPC.
more.
The elderly dwarf blinks at you, not quite looking at you. Her eyes are pale and clouded with cataracts. Welcome to the Blood Sands. It is rare that an Estermore sets foot in these caverns. Her sightless eyes fix on you as she tilts her head. What brings you here, I wonder? Uh, tell me about the Blood Sands? This is the raw, bloody heart of our Glenfath, where some come to give their essence back to their people. Her dry lips bend into a sardonic grin, where others seek a noble escape from their trials. The legacy of the builders to the tribes was not merely Audra and stone, but a sense of community, and it is here that the Glenfathans come to sacrifice what is most precious, even their own lives, to preserve it. Yeah, no, that's good. That you don't have anything I need, and you guys are crazy. Starting to get real Aztec vibes off of you people. You people? What do you mean by you people? Yeah, I'm not sure I'd be down with Glenfathan society. Oh boy. They are sacrificing people here.
As your blood flows, so shall your essence. Your life's energy shall feed the soil, and your soul's energy shall enrich the community. This is by your own choosing, supplicant?
Yes. The dwarf grips a hatchet with both hands and raises it over his head. He throws his shoulders forward and swings the weapon onto the elf's chest, connecting with a meaty thump. Blood gushes around the blade, and the sacrifice's screams rend the air. Despite his earlier agreement, the elf thrashes atop the stone table. His torso arches while his arms and leg remain tied in place. Meanwhile, the dwarf spreads his arms wide and allows blood to spatter his robes. When the elf is finally silent and still, the dwarf pulls his hatchet from the body and wipes it on his hem. Kana makes a disgusted noise and turns away. I think I preferred these rites when they were only words upon a page. Why did I look? It's not as if I didn't expect it. Okay, so we just watched them sacrifice somebody, and that's it. Let's speak to the Archdruid. Maybe he has something to do. His robes are stained with blood. I can see this man's scent. Death oozes and bubbles from his pores. It reminds me of the bodies of the charnel grounds.
No one comes to Blood Sands without a purpose. What is yours?
You murdered a man right here? No, that just makes me ignorant. Who are you?
I am the Archdruid of the Ethic Null. For centuries it has been my duty to guide our rituals and guard our knowledge. It is work that requires a certain resilience, but it is not without its benefits.
Yeah, I'm not gonna read this out loud. Oh, I guess I am. I thought it was gonna go nowhere. Here we go. We are a Druidic order that has been in Twin Elms since Ingwithan times. Our founders came from the White March seeking a place where we might practice our beliefs in peace, as it were. Unlike most of our Glenfathan brethren, we seek answers in the world around us rather than in the teachings of the gods. We believe that all life has power, and that this power can be siphoned and conducted. We are not, as some suggest, madmen and murderers. All of our rituals are conducted with and willing participants and through methods that have been tested and refined over centuries. This allows us to create the war paint for which we are respected. Oh fuck. The war paint I bought is the blood sacrifices? Oh. Oh, tell me what's the war paint? Let's just a special unguent binding raw essence to the wearer. Oh my god, it is. It grants incredible advantages in combat and has made us indispensable to the tribes. Whatever they say about our practices, almost all of them have made use of our war paint at some time or another. A slow smile spreads across his face. Fascinating indeed how the most strident objections can be overcome by circumstance. You know what? That's fair. I'd like to buy some more paint. I'm no merchant human. Talk to Keeper Weirdra. She's around here somewhere. Okay, well, that's kind of all I wanted to know. Reston's eerily smooth face is motionless as he watches you. Bye!
I'm here.
So that awesome war paint is the blood of the sacrifices mixed with some drugs. Zawa, you're going to be drinking this shit. No one else is drinking this. Only you are crazy enough to.
I'm here.
Hello? Hello?
I don't even know why I bother. Alright, well, that looks like that's the entire place. We have the fire sacrifice chamber, the blood sacrifice chamber, and the exit. Let's get the hell out of here. Cults, man. Cults. Cults never change. Alright, so if I want to get out of here, I gotta go this way. I don't want to do the main storyline just yet. So, let's see. I've got... Not doing that. Northfield. Northfield. Go back to Raedric's Hold. Uh-huh. Alright, Northfield it is. I might do Raedric as well. I have to think about it. Like, I'm really confused and curious. How did he come back? Why did he come back? I'm not really sure. Is it even him, or is this somebody pretending to be him? I thought I dealt with Raedric in like part 2 or 3. That was a pretty good fight. You know what? Screw it. Let's see what the hell's going on at Raedric's Hold. I'm gonna go to Cade Nua first. Oh god, 2 days of travel. Nah. Yeah, actually, I'm too curious. I have to know. Back to Cade Nua. We're gonna rest, and then we're gonna go back to Raedric's Hold and see what the hell's going on. Because what the hell's going on? And that is it. It is that.
Last thing the Deerwood needs is another foreign colony.
Selumabix Morningstar? No, I'm good. You can keep your Morningstar. Intellect.
Yes?
As you approach the smiling woman at the side of the road, you are struck with a sense of unease. At this distance, you can see that her skin has a sickly, pallid sheen to it, and her eyes are the glassy milk white of a cadaver. Her expression sits oddly on her face, as if it requires great effort to maintain.
Hail, traveler.
Lord Raedric has been expecting you. The woman smiles a little wider. It is good that you have not refused his challenge. He feared you might prove a coward in the end. I would escort him to you if you wish. Yeah, not yet. We'll prep for this. She says it's Lord Raedric. I don't know how the hell that's possible, but okay. Let's say she's telling the truth. This might be another insane fight like that bounty was. And if that's the case, we need to be prepared. Everyone will eat pie and have eggs. I don't think we'll bother with the beer. And prepare for, let's see, imprisonment, fireball. Fireball, get rid of for accuracy, just in case. I don't know what I'm up against. You're good. Palagina. Let's give you Flame Shield. You're good, and you're good.
Yes?
Alright. Take me to Raedric. I don't know what the hell's going on here, but I want to know what's happening.
Hail and well met.
Come then. He waits for you there. She points up towards the topmost tower of the keep and leads the way over the drawbridge. That's not Lord Raedric. Okay, maybe it is. Lord Raedric 7. An armored figure strides forward. In place of its eyes, great flames burn, emanating heat and light. In that orange glow, you can see that the face beneath has succumbed to rot, the cheeks sunken, the lips pulled back over gray gums and decaying teeth. But it is unmistakably Raedric who stands before you.
Look well. See what you have made of me. But see too what great Bereth has permitted. I am returned, mind and soul, so that I might be avenged upon my enemies.
Well, I'm here, and I am glad for it. I have sent servants forth to observe your progress. I feared your soft heart might falter, but you have proven your valor in this, at least.
I have strangled the life from the usurper Kolsch with my own hands. So fell your champion, your great hope.
Yeah, he more was just like the only choice I had. Was that creature to be your thing? A man without resolve, without aim, a leech growing fat upon the veil, senseless to the ravages his vanity inflicted upon his people. I
I
will.
will
Oh,
not allow my lands to fall into ruin. I will cleanse the scattered god's poison from the blood of my people. I will scour his name from the Deerwood. Bereth has blessed me with its favor, and I will be its sword. There will be no more mercy for the heretic, the thief, the charlatan. All will meet with death.
okay, Raedric. Enough for your talking. It's time to die again.
Then may the twin god guide my blade. I will cut you cleanly from the earth and send you swiftly into the next life. I promise you that.
Whatever you say, crazy person. Nope.
What?
Now I'm in combat. He's starting off with a fireball. That's cute.
hands.
Oh, these guys are going to be obliterated.
My mind feels.
Yep, obliterated. It's not even funny. All right then. Once more, I over prepare for a fight. All right. Well, thank you. Come again, Raedric, I guess. I don't know what else to say. I guess I'm the new lord of the Gilded Vale now. Gotta say that was pretty. That was not what I expected. That was pretty underwhelming. That was a ton of XP though. Too bad I'm max level. I didn't get a reason why he came back. He's just back, and then I obliterated him, and that was that. And uh, now I guess the Gilded Vale is screwed, for lack of a better word. I think we can check to see if there's anyone in the throne hall, but I doubt it. My guess is it's empty, or it's full of undead, in which case we'll blow right through them. Huh. All right. Well, let's get out of here. Sometimes curiosity doesn't get satisfied the way you want it to. Should probably double check on Gilded Vale. Yeah, everything looks pretty normal here. Yep, everything looks pretty normal. I think that was just an extra quest or whatever. Back to Caed Nua, we'll rest, and then back to where we were going. Had I known it was such a small thing, I guess I wouldn't have done it. I would have skipped it. No biggie, though. Well, I mean, I got to kill Raedric again.
Last thing the Deerwood needs is another foreign colony.
Okay, Old Song. That's where we wanted to go. Here we go. There's a giant dragon's head there as well. Curious what that will portend.
Hail, Estramore.
What's that in my inventory? Oh. Galloway's Maw. Oh, that's not a dragon. It's a giant panther. Leah's Shrine. Old Song Pass. Noonfrost. Burial Island. Alright.
Builder's wisdom to you.
Okay, we're not ready to go to Builder's Wisdom yet. Okay, fun times.
The chill of Rimergon's oblivion. The mindless beast, easily brought to heel by the fire. Hmm? If doubts and curiosity...
I'm here. Of course.
Pale Elf searches you with ice blue eyes. She shifts and knits her fingers together. Welcome to Noonfrost. Most of the temple is currently closed for sacred ceremonies to Rimmergrund. She forces a smile and waves to the eastern doorway. The shrine is to your right. You're welcome to make your offerings to Rimmergrund there, but the rest of the temple is off limits. He's the god of cold, entropy, and collapse. Many see him as a harsh god, but few recognize that he also gives life in his own way. All things wind to a merciful end in his shadow, only to feed creation elsewhere. She frowns, gnawing her lip. But he is a silent god, and his ways are mysterious. To follow him is to accept inevitability without explanation. In this matter and in the legacy, it seems the gods are often silent when we most crave guidance. If that's all... Why is the temple closed? As I said, we're in the middle of sacred ceremonies. She enunciates carefully. They're rather complex, and we don't permit outsiders to witness them. She glances at the elves over her shoulder. Others of my clan can get rather touchy about them, which is why you should visit the shrine and take your leave. That's a pity. I was hoping to learn more about these practices. The more complicated, the better, I say. Okay, well, what are you doing here? She's the high priest. Okay. Nothing is quite as it seems here. And which way was it the shrine? I don't want to piss them off. I feel like it was this way. Okay, yeah, there it is. Okay. This must be it. No. That?
I'll give it a try, at least, as requested.
They shall see nothing while I see much.
Okay. I don't think this is a good idea. I don't know what's going on in here yet. It's probably tied to some sort of quest or something. So we'll get out. We'll explore it later. Because I'm missing pieces, and I feel like if I start opening doors and stuff, they're going to all attack me. I'm pretty tired of walking into a temple, going into a room, and then being immediately attacked because, oh, I wasn't supposed to go in that room. I mean, in this case, the doors are locked, so it would totally be my fault. But you can see my hesitation as I move around. We'll just leave them to their priestly nonsense and move down to the giant panther face thing.
Hounds. Loyal to a fault without a mind of their own, and a crack of your staff sends them whimpering.
Durance is an angry bastard. Really angry. Whatever he's done, it must have been horrible for him to become so bitter.
Arensi has no right to defend that cowering cat in the back of the maw.
Then track her down and tell her yourself. Look, Estromor, this is no place for sightseeing. The beasts of Galawain's Maw are dangerous, and now more than ever. If you want to see some pretty Glanfathan places, go to Elms Reach.
Alright, what's wrong with the beasts? I'll bite.
They won't fight.
What's wrong with that?
It is not Galawain's way, and it is not the way of the Maw.
The Maw has always been home to one great predator. Every so often, a challenger comes along, and the two battle for territory. But Sul remains in her den, and Awarenos can't confront her there. Now, two mighty predators and their kin hunt from the same stock. It's thinning the herds, and it's thinning patience around here too. And this waiting, it's not the deliberate, watchful waiting of a hunter lying in ambush. It's stagnation, tedium, hoping for something to happen. But I'm powerless to act. Only half of the fangs will cry favoritism if I try and drag the lioness out myself. I'm an unbiased outsider. I could look into it. And a cunning one from the looks of you. Well, no harm in letting you try, I suppose. He's better than this endless waiting. If you can somehow bring this to a resolution, these tensions will end. If not, he grins. Peace will make short work of you. He gives you a heavy iron key. We don't normally permit outsiders to venture into the Maw. You understand that you do so at your own risk, and Sul's lions are likely to attack intruders on sight. Still, perhaps you can coax her into fighting the bear. Do whatever you can to end this stalemate. Sure, yeah, I'll convince your lion to fight a bear. I want to know about the two predators. There's never been a more cunning hunter than Sul, but some say she's losing her edge. Muernos, on the other hand, is all edge, and many of our number think he's the rightful successor. Blood's simmering. It's gonna boil over if a little doesn't spill soon. Where can I find Sul? Straight at the back of the Maw. He points down the halls on either side of him. You can get through either way, But mind where your feet step. The maw is dangerous. And Soul's pride and her advocates are on the alert. Okay, and what about Ernos? Good question. Bear's out hunting right now, but he'll return soon. He's never gone for long. The old queen and the new king.
I'm
Huh.
here.
Interesting.
Come to see the great Oernos, Estremor? He's out for a hunt, but he'll be back. Unlike that lioness, he doesn't stay cooped up in here for long.
So what's going on then?
Because she holes up at the back of the maw, surrounded by her pride and the natural hazards of this place. It's not the proper way to meet a challenger. She's got to come out and face Oernos to keep her claim. Anyway, her prime is past. Putting that old beast down would be a mercy at this point.
What are you doing here exactly?
We wait for the big confrontation, but the wait grows exhausting. While Sul hides in the back of the maw, Oernos is denied his victory, and we're all denied the champion we deserve.
The remains of a broken bridge long collapsed lead to a deep chasm. The other side of the bridge pierces through the mist at the far end of the chasm, hanging precariously over the steep fall. The broken stones of the bridge, weathered after centuries of disrepair, are scattered along the edge and side of the chasm. A thin mist rises from below. The stones are coated with slick, green moss, making them impossible to grip safely. The wooden beams lodged between the stones on either side of the bridge seem sturdy enough to support your weight, however. Well, let's do it. Toss the rope. You aim for the wooden beam on the opposite side of the bridge and hurl your grappling hook across the chasm. It strikes the bridge with a solid thunk. With the hook snug and firm, digging into the wood as you... Okay. The hook snags firmly, digging into the wood as you pull. The rope tightens, taut and secure. You tie the free end of the rope to the wooden beam next to you. The remains... Okay, that's just a repeat across the chasm. The rope tenses and vibrates as you move forward, gripping the line. Reverberating throughout the underground cave, the creaks of the wooden beams mark your every effort. You keep your progress slow and steady. The crossing is strenuous, particularly as the rope shaking grows more intense. Durin's breathing grows labored, and the grieving mother begins to slow. At last, your efforts bring you back over solid ground, and you reach the other side. Well, poor lion did not stand a chance.
Time to get a campfire going and let sleep follow.
Yeah, not yet, Durance. We've got to do this first.
As requested.
Huh. Okay.
My thoughts will be as silent as my feet.
Well,
Yes?
so far all I've done is kill her entire pride. I don't know how this is helping.
I'm here.
Hello? Hello? Brave Thaos. Breathe.
Jesus, what we triggered a trap? The hell did we trigger? Death Ring.
Yes?
Yeah, I figured there was a trap there, but... A thick, snarled tangle of dagger-sharp thorns and vines has grown across the passage. As you look on, the entire wall of vegetation seems to move, almost like it were breathing. Thick coils of vines twist and writhe across the gap, with a quiet rustle of foliage. Yeah, examine them. I'm sure they're alive, but examine them. Through the gaps in the twisting vegetation, you catch brief glimpses of what seems to be a wide, circular chamber. From time to time, you catch sight of tawny hides, and the rustling of the vines is briefly obscured by low growls. Okay, this is a bad idea.
Hello? Hello?
Uh-oh. Don't tell me that's the way I have to go. Well, we'll go back the way we came. Maybe there's something this way. There's also a bridge over here.
Let's keep quiet.
Although this
What's this?
probably is just a connection.
Hmm? I'm here.
My mind feels sharp as... A fatigued mind is a weakened one.
I know, guys, but we have more than enough accuracy. We'll rest soon.
As requested.
I... My mind feels sharp as steel.
You're trying to drag me into a trap. That's cool. We're good. We're good. We'll just shoot at you from here. Careful. Careful. Let him come to us. He's mutated in any case.
I'm here. Of course.
Alright, so this place is going to take me to this bridge here. That's my guess. Old Song District. Huh, I don't have the key for this one. I guess I would have gotten it from Minden if I did. Well, either way, I'm murdering a bunch of animals and people. Because That's the only option left to me. Yes.
My thoughts will be as silent as my feet.
Now this I haven't seen before.
Damn it. Is this really the only way? Going through those vines will annihilate me. I'm almost 100% sure of it.
Hello? Hello?
I shall. Enemies. Your thought. My mind. I shall end it. My thoughts are scattered. Hard to hold on to.
What's this?
Be cautious. Be constant.
I think I see something. What?
Well, that was luck. Lucky. I thought we disabled it.
Indeed.
Thankfully, it missed all of us.
I will walk unseen.
And
I'm
the
just
fire
so
shows
used
me
to him
something new.
succeeding that I just said, okay, let's go.
As requested. I think I see something.
Huh. Can't disarm it.
I'm ready.
Well, ouch. I thought
I'm
everyone was far enough away, but I guess not. Of course, it did
I'm
miss
here.
her.
Be cautious. Be constant.
I don't remember the last time she's actually been anything more than grazed by a trap.
I'm ready.
Hmm?
An elven woman intercepts you as you advance into the lair. Behind her is the largest lioness you've ever seen, a sleek beast with fangs as long as carving knives. The woman blocks your path to the lioness, seemingly at ease around the monster. This is Sul's domain, Estramor. She shall not leave it for Enos or any other challenger. Well, why does Sul not want to fight the bear? Buenos is welcome to confront her here, as many challengers have in the past. What the bear's supporters want is for Sul to leave her lair and fight in the open, where he has an advantage. But why should she? If Sul has an advantage here, it's one she's earned. Would anyone expect to blunt the bear's claws in order to even the odds? The Lord of the Hunt gives unique advantages to each. It's not for us to decide that some of them are worth less than others. The Nioness gives a low growl, and Arensi smiles. Also, Sul has recently given birth to cubs. They're small now, but when they grow, they'll be mightier than either Sul or Ernest. If Sul is killed in combat, that bear will tear her young to shreds. Such is the way of the wild. Her legacy is too valuable to perish this way. If we truly want the mightiest of beasts in the maw, then her cubs must grow to maturity. What are the cubs doing here with Sul? Or, sorry, what are you doing here with Sul? She looks at the lion with something between fondness and admiration. Defending the rightful champion of Gallowayne's maw. Wernos' supporters would have her ousted in favor of a bear that isn't strong enough to come and seize this territory on his own. Uh, okay. Well, looks like the bear's back.
I'm here.
Hey, Dragoon, how you doing, man? Welcome. I have been ordered to figure out which of the two of these animals should rule the jungle. I'm literally in, I was going to say a Jungle Book episode, but no, it's, I'm in Jungle Book the movie. I've got to see who's going to win. Bagheera? No, it's not Bagheera. What's the name of the tiger? Baloo the bear. I know that much. It's Baloo. Damn it, I can't remember the name of the tiger. I remember the panther was Bagheera.
Yes?
Shere Khan. Ha 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 ha! Ah, thank you, Memory Palace.
Of course.
All right, Shere Khan and Baloo. I'm voting for Baloo. I mean, I can't help myself. I was a Baloo fan. All lesser animals go to the barbecue? Huh? To each their own. I think Baloo, the bear, had style and was fun. Let me speak with Ernos. Okay, I can't. Iden sighs, spinning his axe by the shaft. Too much waiting. Something's got to happen soon. All right. Why don't they just fight each other? Like he's right here. Hey, Deswin.
Still looking around? Watch
Sul.
your step. Tempers run hot around here, and not just among the animals.
Neither one of these idiots want to fight. I was afraid of that. He scratches his chin and frowns. At this point, it doesn't much matter which beast is champion so long as the issue is settled. I can't take a side, but you've been through the maw. Slay one of the beasts in combat, and the Fangs will accept the other as champion. It's the way of the maw. Uh, uh-oh. Uh, 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 I literally don't get it. So I have to kill one because okay, you know what? I'm being paid to do this. Fine, whatever. It's a job, even if it's dumb. I, oh, look at you, Baloo. You're so awesome. I can't kill you. All right. Well, I guess I'm going to kill Sul and her mighty cubs. I almost feel like I should just quit this quest, just abandon it. This is. I haven't run across too many quests that have, what's the right word here? Not annoyed me, but been disappointing. This is definitely one of them. A binary choice, no in between. Oh, nice. Good find. Sul isn't the rightful champion. Her hand strays to a hatchet at her side. You would side with the bear too? Choose your next words with care. I want to reconsider this. Okay, I thought so. I'm gonna have to kill you guys. Because I'm being paid to. This is stupid. But I can see to it that you will go flying before you're put down. And that's got to be worth something. All right, let's do that. Shoot that guy in the face. I'll go ahead and expose vulnerabilities. Oops. I don't think I was holding shift when I did that. Bloody hell. So I did see something really cool about Pillars of Eternity 2. You can actually it's super cool. Customize your AI, giving triggers and whatnot as when to use abilities. It looked so cool. I was excited. Okay, give them the quivering palm. I've had enough.
I shall end.
Well,
I shall end this. Yes.
Yes?
murdered a couple people in Lions.
Shattered. Hard to hold on to.
I shall.
And now the bear is king.
Hello?
Long live the bear.
Hello?
Interesting.
Still looking around? Watch your step.
And now Ernos is the champion of the Maw. I know more than a few Fangs who will be happy with that. Perhaps it's a sign from Galawain himself that we need to focus on building our strength and forging new paths. Thank you for your help, Carrot. May Galawain guide your path. Take this with our thanks.
Someone had to. Would have been good to let the two beasts brawl. But at least we can finally move on. It doesn't do for Galawain's mightiest hunters to skulk and hide in the back of a cave.
Okay. That was a silly quest, I'd have to say. Thankfully,
Can't stay
it's...
down here. Someone must go to the nest eventually.
Hello? Two wood elves, a man and a woman, wear colorful robes embroidered with a matching emblem, a winged egg. Apart from their clothing, they couldn't be more different. She folds her arms and continually scowls at the broken walls around them. He, on the other hand, mutters prayers, his shade-dappled face as tranquil as a cloudless sky.
Just how are we supposed to worship the Sky Mother from among the weeds, This is a disgrace.
Calm yourself. We should be grateful that she protected us from the winged terror. Besides, even here we have a visitor.
What's this winged terror you speak of?
A dragon. One that has taken up residence in the nest, the true temple of Helia, and slain many of her faithful. And one which a new one has been in favor of killing from the beginning.
Well, I've killed a dragon so far.
But no, you advised caution. Now word spread that the dragon ate a few of our followers, and anyone willing to slay it wants an Anumphos ransom for the job.
I told you a larger party wouldn't stand a chance. By the time the first half reached the top of the mountain, the second half would still be stuck in the pass. They'd be burned alive. Contrary to Anuin's suggestion, I am in favor of sending someone to kill the dragon. But I suggest a smaller party, and one willing to seek Helia's blessing.
Yeah, I'll do it.
You could.
What she means is that this is no mere drake, but a fully grown dragon, and one that has willingly moved into a populated area. You'll want every advantage at your disposal, including the blessing of the Sky Mother herself. I would suggest that you petition her directly at Ter Evron, if you haven't already.
Apparently, I was supposed to petition the gods first. Alright, well, first we'll unlock this. Nice, Northweald, and then Temple of Hylias. We've unlocked it. And second, I suppose I shall return to Elms Reach and speak to the gods. And by speak to the gods, I mean speak at them, because they're not going to talk to me. Especially not Andra. Oh, man.
I could use some time to restore my spirits.
Yeah, we'll rest soon enough. I don't think there's an inn in this district anyway. Let's just do this prayer thingy, and then we'll rest. Huh. Okay, this is the history of the gods, or stories thereof. Final Journal of Jonas. Whale. Barath. Aothus. Andra. She's Rimmergrand. Okay. Hopefully I'm not missing too many more. Luminescent Audra Shard. Okay. Oh, this was the passageway to Sun and Shadow. Okay. No, I can interact with this now. Let me save. I don't know what's going to happen.
A brothel for the aged.
Yes?
Nothing happens when you approach Boudica's shrine. Piercing ring fills your ears as you near Whale's shrine. There's no other response. This is Hylia. This is Barath. Whale. Remember Grand or Andra? I'm not sure which.
Of course.
It looks like it might even be the three of them. Then here, Magran, Gallowayne, and Abaddon. I imagine we'll start here for Durance. Hey, Dark Leaps. Good morning. Well, good afternoon, actually, at this point. How you doing? Jolly good to you, too. For this shrine sits the constellation of a starlit hound, fangs bared. Okay, well, that's not Magran. It's Hylia, Marath. Is this Andra? No, this is Rimmergrand. All right, fine. We'll speak with Gallowayne first, I guess. Pray to Gallowayne. You kneel before the shrine and prepare to recite the ritual words. Yes, the ritual words. I guess that's why they had all the books there. That's Abaddon. That's Barath, I think. I'm not sure. Live every note. I think it's struggle. Your words seem to fade once voiced, as if they were cast into the vast emptiness. The hall grows deathly still and silent, and then the ground starts to tremble beneath your feet. Okay, that was not it. I pissed him off. Okay, well, whatever.
I'm ready. My mind feels sharp as steel.
You know what?
My mind feels.
I shall.
Too long has it been since we made camp.
Okay. Uh. Okay, this time. All right. He's happy after I murdered his servants. Cool. How are things going for me? Oh, they're all right, man. At least it wasn't as bad as yesterday. That migraine really sucked. Hey, Fred, how you doing, bud? What's new with you? You stand once again before the shrine of Gallowayne. and the hound's head constellation which marks the pedestal. From time to time you hear a low, rumbling sound like a growl. As you kneel in front of the shrine, you feel yourself pushed forward. You catch yourself on your hands and knees, feeling warm, damp ground beneath them. Looking around, you find yourself crouched in a clearing in the middle of the woods. The smell of dirt hangs heavy in the air. You feel certain this is a vision, but the hairs on the nape of your neck still rise. Something leaps from the bushes. You find yourself pinned on your back and staring into the amber eyes of a massive hound. The beast looks at you. Gleaming fangs protrude from the sides of its mouth. Its nose twitches as it inhales your scent, starting at your shoulder and proceeding down the length of your arm. You follow its nose to your hand, which is covered in blood. A tongue as red and meaty as a steak lolls out of its mouth and swipes your bloody hand. Its lips curl into what looks like a smile. The beast looks back at you, and as it fixes you with its glowing eyes, its muzzle retreats into a long bearded face. Its pointed ears lengthen, dropping to the sides of its head. What was a massive hound becomes a giant of a man, his broad, muscled shoulders draped with furs. He holds a flint knife to your neck and grins, revealing a row of long pointed teeth. That's one way to make an introduction, I suppose.
Sul is dead, and so is her legacy. You have cut down a fierce and cunning line.
If Sul could not defend her position for me, she didn't deserve it? I don't know. Yeah, okay, that's what I'm going with.
Worthiness is proven in conflict. Might grappling with might. Flesh tears, bones break, and the ones that mend are stronger still. Blood mixes, and the worthier substance rises to the top. And you have proven worthy.
He lets out a howl that rings through the air. Lowering his head, puffs of steam rise from his panting mouth. Twigs crunch and branches snap. The ground shivers under the weight of pacing, prowling footsteps. A dozen beasts, bears, wolves, and long-fanged cats, stalk out of the undergrowth, their matching amber eyes fastened on you. Such ferocity! Beasts that glory in bloodshed, in destruction. What would an alliance with one such as him mean? As the beasts encircle you, their master rises to his feet. Even the largest of the bears can only reach his browned and muscle-knotted shoulders. You stand, mindful of the ring of predators surrounding you.
You sought and won the favor of Galawain. What new prey do you now pursue?
You already know who I'm looking for.
To track a quarry, you must understand its movements. And Thaos follows the path of a more powerful master.
A warm breeze carries the smell of smoke and gunpowder. Sparks ignite and float in the draft, catching in the leaves over Galawain's head. A sudden blast of heat scalds your face, and even as you turn away, a flash of light sears your vision through your eyelids. When you look back, you see a woman in full plate standing next to Galawain. Her mirror-polished armor flickers with the images of reflected flames. You cannot see her face, but her voice is strong and clear, like the ringing of steel.
Let him know his foe.
The whore breaks her silence at last. Have you missed me, Magran? You may have found other lovers, but surely none that was my equal. Magran says nothing in response. Indeed, she never even glances in Durance's direction. An involuntary tic causes the baggy skin beneath Durance's eyes to quiver. He says no more, his ruddy skin blanched white.
Thaos has trapped thousands of souls in sun and shadow like rabbits in a snare. Now, he goes there to retrieve the kill for his master Woodica. She will feast on them, suck their marrow, grow strong on their essence.
Why would Thaos help Utica?
Because he is her hound. He has always done her bidding.
His eyes dart to another figure standing just behind Magran.
Woodica stands for an old order. So does Thaos.
A golem, made of blackened pitted iron, steps out of Magran's shadow. Its movements are slow, yet precise, each footfall accompanied by the groaning and grinding of metal. The steady orange glow of furnace coals emanate from its eye sockets. In Abaddon's crude yet efficient form, you see an uncanny resemblance to the eyeless, yet his limbs are more finely wrought, his joints more flexible. You also feel the essence of the eyeless teeming within him.
They both fear change, and the Deerwood has changed much recently. People find answers not in the gods, but in animancy, the product of their own labors.
And why not? When they have learned that even a god can be killed.
Durance's eyes are wide. His beard is matted with sweat. Was that not as you commanded, my lady? We sought only to stoke your pride by bringing your vision to reality. Magran stands still, unwavering. It is as though she has not heard him at all. You haven't done anything to stop Thaos. That's right. You haven't done anything. You're just standing and watching.
There is a pact. One Woodica herself has just barely kept. We gods must allow mortals to direct their own affairs.
This limit keeps peace between us.
So Woodica directs Thaos, and he does her will.
And the gods do the same with us.
It is not our fight.
Animancy doesn't seem to trouble you much. The three gods seem to look at one another. One of the wolves sits and scratches its neck with quick strokes of its hind leg.
The clash of ideas, the search for answers and meaning. These are other hunts.
This is the destiny of Kith, to struggle and transform, even through animancy.
And to improve. Steady labor and earnest industry elevate Kith above Wilder and Beast. It is also useful that they should learn to improve their souls, whether through struggle, transformation, or labor. On this, at least, we have no disagreement.
Only all the gods' followers were as open-minded about animancy as you three. Alright, well, what should I do about it? What exactly do you want?
Track Thaos. Follow the trail he has left for you, and corner him in sun and shadow.
You must stop him before he empowers Woodica.
And if you do, you will have a different decision to make.
And if you believe you are free to make that decision how you wish it, you have not been listening to our conversations along the road. Okay, Durance.
Souls were ripped from the world, ripe and full and pulsing with essence. Scatter them like bones to a pack of dogs. Their essence will strengthen the souls of the Deerwood. Let the remains of the dead feed the survivors.
Why would I why would I do that? Unless that's bringing the souls back to those who have lost them?
To breed strength. Power is born from the mixing of essence and blood.
What Thaos did cannot be undone. Thousands of lives have changed, and thousands more have ended because of his actions. But transformation gives purpose to trial.
And improvement is the goal of all Kith. Long lives, prosperous futures, stronger minds and bodies. Strengthening those who remain will help repair the damage that Thaos has done to the Deerwood.
Yeah, I don't get why he wants to do this.
Essence cannot remain in a dead body, any more than oil in a broken jar. Even though the stolen lives cannot be preserved, their essence can be used to ensure the survival of the Deerwooden remnant. Thus, the memory and vision of the lost may live beyond them. This is the nature of preservation.
Alright.
And when you descend the pit to Sun in Shadow, you can count on our assistance to see you safely through. As I hope we can count on yours when you reach the bottom. There are many souls upon the Burial Isle that are sworn to serve us. They belong to you now, and they shall guide your descent.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Have I committed? Beware the promises of a God Watcher. They are binding, but only in one direction. Yeah, I didn't want to commit to these guys. It looks like I have. Oh well. The beasts grow restless, pawing the ground and eyeing you with renewed interest. The bear sniffs at the ground next to your leg. A Stelgar skulks into the circle, its amber eyes glowing. Gallowayne hurls his knife between your feet, sinking it to its handle. He raises his empty hand.
Hunt him, mortal. And when you stop him, let the souls he has captured feed the deerwood.
Strengthen the souls of those who remain. Prepare them to face the challenges that will follow. Pledge that you will do this, and we will grant you a power fit for the finest warrior who ever lived.
Betray us, and my beasts shall track you down. Our allegiance is not to be accepted and cast aside.
Yeah, I'm gonna hear what the other gods have to say first.
Consider and calculate, but decide.
Galloway's hand falls. The growling pack lunges into the circle. The vision vanishes in an instant, returning you to Ter Everin, where burning candles replace the glowing eyes of Gallowayne's beasts. You know, Sunnif wasn't wrong. The gods of this world are insane. Completely, utterly, and totally batshit insane. Okay, I better find the right words for him, or I'm gonna end up getting, what's it called? Jumped on. This is Abaddon. Magran. It's the Hylia woman. That's Wotica. There we go. Alright, well, hopefully I get it right. That's Bareth, so all life ends in stillness. You feel a sudden gust of cold air, as if the shrine were bursting into wintry life. The frigid wind cuts through you like a sharpened blade, and darkness encroaches upon the edges of your sight. You kneel and close your eyes. As you pray, the blackness fades to white, and a howling wind fills your ears. The vision that slowly resolves itself is of a broad frozen plain. You see a procession of elves in the distance, periodically fading into and emerging from the whiteness. They trudge over snowbanks, their heads down against the driving winds. As they trek past you, one man bundled in furs turns his head. "You headed for Noonfrost and the Frost-hewn Breach too?" Before you can answer, he's lumbered ahead. You follow the caravan, and in a couple of minutes you come to a wall of ice. It disappears into the pale emptiness overhead and stretches as far as you can see in either direction. The elves stop in front of a mirror-smooth section that's framed like a temple door. It seems, somehow, thinner than the rest of the wall. You cannot see what's on the other side, but a debilitating cold emanates from within. The elves pull pickaxes and shovels from their sealskin packs and begin hacking at the smooth ice, their implements flying through the air in swift, shining arcs. Though they throw their bodies into their labor, not one of them so much as scratches the polished ice. Yet, with each blow, something bellows in the distance. Pelagina's head whips around to see where the bellowing is coming from. Forget about the elves. We need to be ready to move. She turns again to face you, flexing her hands in the cold air. Or fight. The elves hack away, seemingly oblivious to the furious lowing, and to the tremors under your feet. The snow has risen to your knees. Your legs feel frozen in the drifts. I will wait because that's the idea of that this god is all about inevitability and how you just sit there and just let it happen. So you watch as the elves continue to work at the ice. They pay no heed to the rumbling roar or the numbing wind. Their movements, however, gradually slow. They labor at the ice with arduously sluggish movements until they finally freeze in place. Some are frozen mid-swing, and others preparing for the next blow. You touch the elf nearest to you, and he crumbles into a mound of snow. A final gale blows past, scattering the remains of the elves in a chaotic flurry. You notice a single spiderweb crack in the smooth barrier. It's the only thing that mars the perfect surface of the ice. Whatever's on the other side of the strange doorway, you feel it tugging at you. Only when you look back and see the parallel gashes trailing behind your legs in the snow do you realize how strong its pull is.
My end comes to all things in time. Seal the frost-hewn breach and instruct the pilgrims in the patience of Remergond.
Plug the hole with your finger. You stick your finger into the hole and feel a stinging cold. You yank your hand back, but the finger snaps off and remains wedged in the crack. A hoary rime instantly grows over the smooth surface of the frozen doorway, fusing it with the rest of the wall. A crystal of ice grows from your frozen stub, and as you examine it, the vision around you fades, and your finger rises from the stump, but a shard of unmelting ice remains in your palm. Wait, what? Did I just lose my finger? Okay, that was a terrible idea. I don't know what I thought I was having a vision. I just lost my finger. Okay, it doesn't seem to have mattered, and I have a new finger now that's made out of ice. Oh, I've got to go to the temple. Okay, see? That's what it was about. I've got to go to the temple and use the shard to close it. Okay. All right, cool. So until I do that, I can't speak with him. Well, what about Hylia? Only the number one new Bene would lose a finger? I was curious to see what would happen, man. Okay, this one's Live Every Note of Life's song. I'm pretty sure of that. Your words seem to ring in the air, your voice rendered melodic and lilting by some unseen art. You shut your eyes to pray, and once more you are here in a trippy, drug-fueled vision where you can lose your finger. Anyway, you look around and find yourself standing in an open-air temple built on a mountain summit. It's filled with elves, orlins, and associated other people. Ringing the entire scene is a fringe of trees, their verdant branches filled with birds of all different colors, shapes, and sizes. Pelagina takes it all in with squinting eyes and a wry smile. And I'm supposed to feel at home here, really? Alright, there's so much text, this is unbelievable. Now my throat is, like, permanently dry. Everyone is singularly absorbed in a particular pursuit. An Orlan sits with a canvas, a paintbrush in his hand, and jars of green, blue, and yellow pigments at his feet. An elf and an Amaua, standing to the side, are locked in conversation, their expressions dancing with delight. Still, others scribble stanzas of poetry or crude sketches on sheafs of paper, losing themselves in the delicate minutiae of lines and syllables. You feel the breeze again, and two elves basking in the sunlight shiver. Look at this place. All these people coming together to share their creations and... Kana frowns. What on earth is that painting supposed to be? The largest group gathers in the middle of the temple. They sing a lush, chaotic harmony composed of several complementary melodies. Others drift towards the singers in ones and twos as if buffeted by a gust of wind or a phrase of the song. A ripple passes through the trees. You think it's the wind, but the chirping changes to screeching. Hundreds of birds take to the skies, all headed in one direction, away. The devotees glance at the trees, just barely distracted from their activities. But the wind picks up, scattering their pages of poetry and art, and ripping the songs from their lips. They look skyward, and you follow their gaze. A dark shape blots out the sun. You can't tell what it is, but as it unfolds and expands, it seems to fill the sky. The wind roars over the summit. Seldom a good sign. Before you can flee, a shadow falls over the temple. It begins as a stain in the corner and spreads, blotting out the flagstones. It reaches out to the nearest person, a black-furred Orlan. The darkness swallows her, leaving only a puff of smoke in her place. The two elves that you saw earlier, a man and a woman, flee. You get a brief image of them huddled in the shadow of the mountain. They seem to see you, too, and they reach out, calling silently after you. The others, however, seem frozen, and as the shadow advances, they likewise vanish, one by one. The driving gale scatters their ashes and the charred remains of their creations. The grieving mother holds her head. Songs of joy turn to screams of agony. What purpose, what lesson could possibly lie behind such destruction? You look up again at the source of the shadow, but the eclipsed sun forms a blinding corona around the thing. You can't make out any details. You can, however, feel heat. Restore my temple. You look down and find yourself standing next to Hylia's shrine in Ter Evern, your pulse still racing, and your skin is damp with sweat from your strange encounter. So she wants me to go kill the dragon. Okay. And I guess Bareth is going to have something for me to do too? I think I'm going to skip on reading this all out loud. I'm going to lose my voice. There's life and death and life. Okay, you see a road that goes on for forever and has a constantly shifting landscape. You know this is a vision, but you're walking. Then you see two stone figures ahead of you. And Pelagina says she recognizes them, something called the Two Faces of Sarono. One is a door to Cleon Relag. Oh. Okay, well, I will enter the skull's mouth then. The road continues through the maw to another shifting landscape surrounded by stars. As you pass through it, you see an identical doorway in the distance. A dwarven man stands near it, unmoving. You turn and look behind you, only to see the skull gate you just passed facing you. An elven woman waits in the road. Like the dwarf, she stands still. Alright, let's speak to the dwarf. You continue down the road towards him. He looks up as you approach, but you can't tell if he's looking at you or through you. His face is smooth but flaccid, as if the flesh is detached from the muscles underneath. As you look on, though, his face begins to change. Wrinkles crack at the corners of his eyes. His mouth sinks, carving deep lines from his nose to the corners of his lips. His jowls sag, and the loose flesh hangs like dough. He raises his cupped hands. They're covered in blood. He lifts them to his face and smears himself from his newly creased forehead to the wattles of his neck. As he massages the dark, sticky fluid into his skin, the fresh wrinkles disappear. The hanging folds recede, and his flesh tightens as if re-adhering to his skull. He lifts his head, and this time you know he's looking at you. His renewed face looks like a mask, artificially smooth and still. Behind it, his black eyes are two hungry pits, yawning like the empty mouths of a skull. Come, make your sacrifice to Ethik Knoll. body blocks the path. He extends a bloody hand towards you. Attack him. I know who this is. You strike out, and you are surprised at how easily his flesh gives beneath your blow. It rips like dried canvas, following a long seam that begins at his arm and stretches the length of his body. Blood gushes forth in such quantities you cannot imagine there was ever anything else in him. Sure enough, as the dwarf empties of blood, he collapses like a desiccated husk. The blood in the path gleams with 1,000 souls worth of essence. The essence evaporates, trailing shining filaments into the night sky. Only now that he is dead can you continue onward. The blood pools around at your feet. You look up and see the elven woman waiting further down the road. You start towards her. There's something unnatural about the way she stands. She's too still. When you get closer, you can see that her legs taper into a slender trunk, and in place of her feet are gnarled, twisting roots. She lifts her face to an invisible sun. Her long, golden hair is the color of autumn leaves, and as you look more closely, you realize that her head is actually covered with tendrils and vines, sprouting brilliant yellow leaves. Each glimmers with the essence of an entire soul. She gives you a beatific smile. As you look on, the leaves slowly fall from her head and settle at her roots. They melt into the path behind her, and almost immediately, new leaves sprout in the place of the old. She reaches out towards you, still smiling as roots spring from her fingertips. Her outstretched arms bar the path. Come, graft your soul to the garden. No, these are both monsters. They're vampires, both of them. Attack her. You swing at her, trying to knock her arm away from you. Yet as your blow connects, you feel her skin grow rigid and cold. Her outstretched arm petrifies, and as a rough stone bark overtakes her flesh, she can only look on in horror. Her feet are rooted in place, but she twists and writhes as if trying to flee her own dying limb. The petrification reaches her shoulder and spreads down her body, freezing it in a painful arc. It creeps up her neck, and she throws her face skyward like a drowning swimmer. The grayness now covers her face, freezing her gasp in stone. Now that she is still and lifeless, you can continue past her. Only the golden leaves on her head remain untouched, and as you watch, they fall one by one to the path below. They shrivel as the shimmering essence fades from them. A voice echoes along the road, barely more than a whisper on the breeze. Return them to the wheel. You lift your gaze and see the skull gate ahead of you on the path, the candles of Ter Everin winking through the open mouth. I see. That is interesting. So there were two people I met that were especially long-lived. To speak with Barath, I've got to kill them. To speak with Hylia, I've got to kill a dragon. To speak with Rimmergrand, I have to go into a temple and probably slaughter the whole temple. So killing, probably killing. Alright. We have our missions. Now I need to find a bloody inn and rest up.
Stop right there.
I'm here.
You're in the wrong city, Inquisitor. Did you think you wouldn't be recognized here in your old home? I've seen your trials with my own eyes.
Is that it? Is that all he's going to say? Alright. I've seen you light pyres with good people tied to them. People I'd known many a year. He seizes you by the throat, and your airway tightens. Whether real or imagined, you cannot tell. They deserve your confession. He raises the point of his sword, holding it a hair's breadth from your eye.
Suros, what are you doing?
Startled, the soldier releases you immediately and turns to face the speaker, a woman in a plain wool tunic, fully a head shorter. Oh God, excuse me. Fully a head shorter than he, but somehow seeming to tower over him. You've seen this woman's face before, but from afar, bloodied and burned as she lay stretched across an iron rack. At the moment, it is marked only with concern.
An assassin sent by the Inquisition, my lady, daring to approach our camp.
If he is so poor an assassin as to approach an armed guard in daylight, I should have nothing to fear. I would hear what this man has to say. She stares him down until he can no longer face her. He turns away, sour-faced, watching you through sidelong glances, his knuckles white around the pommel of his sword.
Why are you here, Inquisitor?
Grand Inquisitor Thaos told me to come spy on you. I don't have to lie, you know already. Are things as desperate as that over there? I'd have never known. I hope your next assignment is more stimulating. Listening to my lectures is dull work for a spy. Where are you from, Inquisitor? Around here, actually, apparently, okay. Is that so? I meet so few these days. Many of my followers journey from other cities and kingdoms, and most of these soldiers were conscripted from the surrounding countryside. I welcome the thought of having someone around who knew Kratom in better days.
I would like for you to stay here in our camp as my guest.
My lady Irvara, I beg of you. This is an Inquisitor. This is a desperate attempt on your life. The only way it can succeed is if you allow it to.
This is a missionary, same as I was. Taught the wrong things as I was. If I can't have faith in one man's ability to reason, once he knows the truth, what hope do we have?
My lady, he admits being a spy.
That should make him less of a threat, wouldn't you agree? I have nothing to hide. All I see here is an opportunity to persuade someone who could help us. We have many former missionaries here. They are our most loyal, our most helpful. Many have died for us. These are not people we should be turning away. And if the Inquisition wants my life, they can have it. But they know as well as I do that my cause will not die with me. Come, we have much to talk about.
The mystery thickens. I was an Inquisitor. I'm betting I'm the one who killed her, or at least brought her to that wheel. That's my sin. So my prediction was right. I did something terrible, and my prediction is I'm the one who brought her to that wheel. I'm the one who brings her to Thaos, and Thaos kills her. Although I don't know why. That's the only question, really. Why is any of this happening? All right, where is she?
Hail, Estramor.
Where is Arona? Elmshore. Oh boy. Where's Elmshore? Okay. Well, I'm gonna go rest, and then I'm gonna go murder a priest at the best of her god. Awesome. Man, how would you feel if, like, you worshipped a god your whole life, and somebody turns up while you're praying in the middle of a forest, turns up and says, "Hey, I'm here to kill you." What? Why? Oh, your god wants you dead. How would that make you feel? Like, why would you worship these gods? They're all insane. At least if you didn't worship and the god wanted you dead, you could be like, "Oh, okay, he's a selfish prick, jealous bastard." But what do you get when you spend your whole life revering a god and it kills you? That's just shitty. It's not just this god that wants me to kill. It's basically all of them. bloodthirsty pack of psychopaths, if you ask me. Oh, damn. I think this is the end. Oh, Durrance wants to talk. Well, what do you want to talk about, Durrance?
What is it, Watcher?
Does what we learned about Wodica trouble you?
It stinks of her. It is justice, but if her greater purpose was to think Margaret would fall prey to such deceit. And Aethys. Widewin had always claimed to be invading Deerwood to free it. What if it were true? What if he had come to stop Wodica's plot before it began?
Oh boy.
Surely Aethys earned his death at Godhammer Citadel, but not for those reasons. Not to keep him silent. If such a thing has brought about this chaos,
then you're responsible for all of it.
Must we always be tools of gods? If Wodica and Margaret, if they are the cause of this, the Hollowborn, if the purges were never necessary, if Aethys was fighting back,
then your Godhammer didn't save the Durwood. It doomed it.
So many lies. And Wodica, perhaps she is the next god to fall beneath the Godhammer.
Would have been better if you hadn't known?
No, I am glad to have walked this far with you, seen this truth. Perhaps it was what I was meant to see, with a watcher's eyes. All these dances of words and intrigues, machines of men, twisted, ripping the souls of children, and by the gods, the goddess of justice. If I could end her like Aethys, Margaret burned her once. One can do so again. Wodica, she must answer to her own justice.
You haven't learned anything.
Anyone with a shred of spirit seeks both justice and punishment. It burns in the heart of anyone who lives. All seek it. If the world does not balance, we all drown in the oceans. And the gods would not care. Margaret, she must be redeemed, and punishing Wodica, that will serve.
Okay, this is weird. I don't remember this anywhere. Most gods are dicks anyway? Yeah. Let's see what he says if I take this.
Is this some final joke at my expense? To test my faith further? And why would you think that, Watcher?
The others who made the Godhammer, they all died, didn't they? That's why I saw their symbols fade from your staff.
If all you have are questions, then I have enough of those. She is a bitch of a goddess, to be sure. But even a whore only goes so far in crossing those she serves.
Okay.
You answer a question with a question. Then why did I feel her disappointment at Halgot? Why were we shamed?
She tried to kill you there. Yeah.
Kill me. She is a goddess. I still drink from her burning breasts, Watcher. If she wished me dead, she could trace me to my source and kill me.
In the dream of the Godhammer, your spirit looked blurred, indistinct in the light, as if it had been sheared from you. Whatever happened to Durrance, Magran is responsible. When we petitioned her, she didn't recognize you, you know it. But yeah, the Godhammer explosion damaged him, exactly. He turns from you for a moment. His face twists in thought, conflicting emotions running across his features. Finally, he turns to you, his face steady.
There's no proof, Watcher. I was a fool to think you could help me see any farther than I could.
Well, fine. Trust your staff, if not me. Durrance turns to the staff, and for a moment, you see his eyes burning, taking in the edges of the wood, the symbols inlaid there, the 11 faded circles.
They died in the blast, yes. The other 11. I was the only one to walk away. I thought we had wronged our goddess. That this was my trial, and if I could prove myself worthy of her! I should have known better. There is only one God of redemption, and I saw him ended.
As he studies the staff, you feel a wave of heat, terrible energy rolling forth from it in waves, so much so it feels as if the god hammer itself is alive in his hands. Past that, you hear a cry, like a child being born, and your eyes feel the flash of white, then 100 imagined shades of purple and white, okay, streaming and circling into the howling of a storm. Beneath that, the grinding of ancient machines of stone, rock, and metal, grinding and turning until all around you feels as if it's burning, sinking into the shadows of the earth, beneath the ground, the only place where a spirit might find refuge. What the fuck is that scream? Oh my god. Okay. Well, we can see justice is served, man. Oh my
To
god.
think I served her, I followed her. Now I shall serve no one. Woodica's lies must be answered. And now it seems I must take fire in war from a goddess's false claim as well. I still take from her strength as I did, for as long as it lasts. For I shall not cast her aside yet, until I have drained her dry and had my fill, just as she intended for me. For I have learned one of the lessons of the faithful. The faithful may wound a goddess greater than any enemy. A purification is coming, and this fire shall consume them both.
And that's it
I'm
for
here.
Durance.
What?
So that was his story. Interesting, but not really compelling.
I'm here.
It does make sense that McGround and Modica were working together, although I didn't see it before I had that option, so I wonder what I missed. Anywho, let's rest and get our bonus back and get rid of the fatigue.
Greetings.
Oh, it's not intelligence, but that'll do.
Yes?
Alright, Durance, you've served me well, but you're too insane to keep in the party. No, I don't feel like doing this now.
Yes?
He'll stay. But I made a new priest, a min-max priest, a random character. I was just waiting for the end of Durance's story to switch them, but I think I'll do it. I don't think I'm going to finish the game today. I, there are like 5 or 6 more quests to do in just a short time I've explored this area. God knows what'll happen when I get to the other areas. So we'll just head over to Elm Shore and slaughter that cleric. I mean, I haven't
Well
even
met,
done this. Who am I supposed to speak to for you? Alari in Heartstong's Market. Okay. That's easy to take care of before I leave. Should be right up here. Uh,
What brings you here?
does anyone know where Alari went? Okay, here we go. Lari's not here, so I'm running the shop while she's away. Where did she go? Ah, she lives not far from here. Climb up the stairs, and at the top there's a circle of ruins. Do you know it? It's on the north side of Heartsong. Anywhere her house is right there, the door faces those ruins. Okay. Well, it's one of these two. 50-50, huh? Alright, let's do it. Barge into someone's home. Hope we got the right one. Yep, this is it. Alari stands tall and proud, surrounded by Glenfathan warriors that study your every move. I expected Renato to employ someone on his behalf. I am surprised to see that it is you doing his bidding. She tilts her head to the side and blinks slowly. Does the presence of my armed entourage concern you? You are expecting a defenseless shopkeeper, am I right? Alarhi raises her dye-stained hand just as one of her guards begins to lurch forward. Stillness! She barks at her attendant. Give the Estremor a chance to speak. We are not dear wooden beasts. Here, hospitality reigns. Alarhi nods to you, holding up an open hand, her palm and fingers covered in blue and green dye. Envoy of the Vailian, speak the message you are sent to deliver. Okay. What's your side of the story? The first step of any sensible path, she muses, scratching her chin. Renato did purchase from me several bushes of Ilard Gola, and for it he paid a high price. But he did so willingly, saying it was a bargain right as he handed me his copper. It was after our trade that the Valians spit his venom. Alari's voice grows angry. Renato accused me of trickery, of fraud, claiming I delivered withered likenesses of Elard Gola, not the genuine root. Such nerve, for in truth, he is beyond the help of Elard Gola. She holds a blue-dyed finger in the air before curling it down slowly, smiling as she does. Renato's old bow isn't firm enough for a full draw. No amount of Elard Gola will give him the spear of a young hunter. A fair deal was made, and now Renato objects, angry that his withered family plow is beyond her remedies. She shakes her head, her voice becoming a growl. I have never sold anyone a remedy I knew to be false. If Renato does not silence his slanderous tongue, we will do it for him. And what kind of punishment do you have in mind for Renato? Never mind that he's already, you know, Renato has slandered his host, making him no longer a guest. The merchant must vanish from the twin elms. She crosses her arms under the sleeves of her robe. But Glenfathan hospitality must be observed always. He is to be given a chance to live on his feet before he bleeds on his back. Deliver in our name a warning. Tell Renato that if he does not leave, he will be accused of conspiring to pilfer Ingvithan relics from our lands. He won't risk a trial by the Council of Anamfatha. Alari draws a small wooden cage from the folds of her robe. If he won't listen, tell him that his faulty member will end up in a cage, just like this black beetle. Food for our birds. The reputation of your tribe is tied to your actions. Is this how you want future trading partners to remember your kin? The Glenfathans look at each other, faces alight with disagreement. A murmur of voices rises around the dwelling's hearth, until Alarhi, eyes shut tight, stomps on the ground with force. Enough! Stillness! She waits until her brethren's voices die down before opening her eyes. You speak with a long-sighted judgment. Trade strengthens all of the tribes, and Renato's claim, false as it is, may spread to poison us. We will suffer the indignity of letting this liar profit if it means safeguarding the peaceful, honorable accord of Twin Elms. Malari pulls up one sleeve, revealing a leather bag hanging from her hand. The clinking of copper fills the room. Take this back to the Valian with the blessings of the Fisher Crane tribe. Well, I don't agree with that, but the only reason I asked that question was actually I was wondering if I could somehow catch her having lied, but it looks like Renato is you know, he's having trouble keeping it up, and I could see a young or an old, arrogant, prideful ass doing that. Maybe I'll have some sort of interaction where I'll be able to tell him, "Look, man, just deal with it. Get the fuck out of here. Get the hell out of here. You know, shit happens. Bye."
Hail and well met.
I've got your coin back. Diveris? Renato's eyes widen as his hands greedily snatch the purse. Perfetto, I had almost given up a hope. Renato counts the coins, smiling with each clink of copper. My thanks to you, friend. With these, I can finally restock my wares. Come find me at the Celestial Sapling. I am sure I can find some choice items for resourceful customers like yourself. Yeah, I don't like how that ended. Whatever.
I'm here.
All right, time to kill. Time to kill again. Seems to be what most of my quests involve. All right, said she was probably going to be near a grove. If I had to guess, this is going to be it. I think that's kind of like a grove. I don't know. Yep. An elf stands on the dais in the middle of a clearing. The ground is blanketed with leaves in various shades of russet and gold. Her eyes are closed and her arms folded in front of her. A curtain of autumnal yellow hair hangs in front of her face. As you draw near, she lifts her chin and looks at you with shifting hazel eyes.
Greetings, Estremor. You are among the Ovates of the Golden Grove.
And you are?
High Ovate, an ancient elm among poles and saplings. We have taken root in the same soil, and the others grow in my shade. Their roots nourish my soil. My branches give them shelter. Together, we grow.
She would stall her death forever if she could. Fear and greed are her roots. They will not easily be wrested. Speak plainly, will you? Okay, well, Bareth wants you dead.
At least he chose someone who wouldn't wrap her intentions in trickery and lies. But what is a god that his voice should carry so far? And what are you that you should so eagerly obey?
The gods only have dominion over what we cede, and you would cede matters of life and death to them.
Durance laughs thickly with derision. The gods set the rules, and let us do as we will. But that is merely a test, and only a fool thinks he has been ceded anything. You do what your god wants, or you face the fire. This woman is about to become an example. Well, you're no different than the gods. All right, I've made my decision. I don't even want to. I want to talk to you. You just need to die. That's what Barath wants. I don't even care what you have to say. You're feeding on your followers. That's clearly fucked up. I'm sick and tired of all the cults. I'm just sick and tired of the cults. No more cults. I'm done with the cults. Okay, she is not weak.
I can make my own stuff.
Of course.
All right, Bareth. Here you go. I killed someone already. Apparently, it's what I do best. Just murder everybody. At this rate, I may as well stop using that sword. She's never going to die 5 times. It's too bad. I was curious as to what the final level would be. But for now, this hammer is, well, it's, it's badass. So the hammer it is. Alright, now the other dude I have to kill. Elms Reach, I think.
Of course.
Forgot, I've been wanting to replace this, oh god, that's freaking terrible. Alright, only one thing to do. Since this game is all about Inquisitions. Holy shit! Uh... Okay. Um, well, no, that doesn't work for me either. I guess I'll just stick with the wow. I should have never messed with this. But we'll just leave this alone. God, I look terrible.
See now what the flame has shown us?
Oh. Oh shit. Oh, there we go. 15 recovery speed, 4 damage defense against spells, and +2 athletics. The athletics I don't really care about, but okay. I still look freaking horrible, but it's not as bad, right? It's worse. Fuck it. Just keep that on.
Hmm?
Didn't even really mean to go in there. We have to go into the Blood Sands. Why? Because Barath wants that dude dead. Why? Who the hell knows? The gods always want me to kill people. I wonder.
Following your lead.
Would that work? No, that's an exploit. We have to try it out though. It might work. So this whole time I've been reloading with the gun, and I wanted to try something out yesterday. I just completely forgot about it, and for some reason it popped into my head now. And I was thinking, okay, so I have a ton of guns. He takes forever to reload. They're slow firing, etc., etc. What if I have a gun in his other hand? It'll be faster than him reloading. And what if he doesn't have to reload, but I just switch his gun? It's a little bit of micro.
Yes?
Oh, I just want to see if it works. Because if it does work, well, yes, yes, as they say, he'll be able to shoot much faster. I just wonder if the game remembers that you have to reload both. If that's the case, well, fair enough. But if it's not the case, then exploitastic.
I'm here.
Yes?
But you have to ask these questions. You'll never know otherwise, so. Where was this guy again? No, that's right. The blood room. Let's get up on the dais with him. That way, if we have to fight all these things, we'll be ready. I'll have
I'm ready.
Palagina here.
Yes?
Zawa here.
What?
It's there.
Following your lead.
Kina
I'm here.
there. Like that. Alright.
Hmm?
Mareth believes it's time you paid your dues. Reston grunts. Then he can descend from his mighty pantheon and tell me himself. Well, that's why I'm here.
Since when do the gods send mortals to collect? You're much too talkative to be the usher. This is the trouble with deities. They meddle in a world that they don't even inhabit. I hope they've promised you something better for your next life.
Oh, shit. Well, I'd say I didn't see this coming, but yeah, no, I saw this coming. I knew where this was gonna go.
Following your lead.
Nope. Over there. Go over there. Oh my god, it worked. Oh, it remembers. Okay. He's reloading. It remembers. Okay, too bad. That's pretty cool nonetheless.
I have.
Oh boy. That's... It's not what I meant to do.
Hmm? I will walk unseen.
Well, I think we're fighting our way out of here. May as well go to their treasure room and take everything they have.
Slowly now.
As requested.
Yes?
Alright, only one person's going to be able to resist that trap.
I'm ready. Good.
Didn't even touch her. Although apparently Zawa was too close.
Step lightly.
Oh man, there is no way we get out of here without slaughtering a whole bunch of people. Oh well, once more onto the breach.
Following your...
Arthur. My mind feels sharp as steel.
Let's see what lies
No,
this way.
this is happening. Okay.
Your thoughts must flow. My mind feels sharp as steel.
Crave thou Philothelim.
God damn it. I spent a large portion of this game trying not to kill everybody I come across, and I still manage to kill nearly everybody I come across. Alright, let's spare them. Oh, they saw us. Alright, there's no sparing them. Never mind. Let's get them.
I'm here.
Well, we just killed a pregnant woman. Good on us, I suppose.
Indeed.
Light, flame, and sound. Flame and sound. We'll keep to ourselves.
Eyes open.
I guess we're gonna have to kill more of them. Great. Okay. Jesus Christ. I'm a monster.
Yes?
I don't even know what to say at this point. We're just murdering everybody. Oh, what's this? No. Alright, well, let's leave the temple. We've killed everyone and looted it. Bareth will talk to us now, I suppose. These guys are completely calm, totally nonplussed about the slaughter that just occurred. Well, let's see what Barath has to say. Before I do that, though, I'm going to grab a cup of water. I'll be right back. Right. Time to speak with Barath.
Hmm?
See how screwed up he is. As you pray to Barath, you again find yourself on the road. Squinting into the distance, you see a short, pale figure waiting for you. At first, you think it's another vision of Archdruid Restin, but then you notice the figure's skeletal frame and rictus grin. He stands in front of another skull gate, but the way leads down, not onward. He beckons for you to approach. The usher, gatekeeper at the shroud. Not here for us, I hope. I'm not done just yet. Behind you is a woman, her skin milk pale against her black hair. She wears a suit of armor so dark it seems to suck the light from the stars. The road winds up a mountain behind her.
A toll, traveler.
Uh, and here's the pallid knight. That toll will grow steeper with time. Kana gives a nervous chuckle. I'll pay the pallid knight, I guess? You drop a few coppers into her hand, and she closes her fist around the coins. You instantly feel a small weight added to your purse. The lord of this road demanded a toll of all, but he lends generously, that all might travel his road again. Behind her, the usher grins his lipless smile and waits. The road bores into the mountain, and you find yourself in a gigantic cavern. The ceiling curves up and away, and it's dotted with moisture. At this distance, the shining beads look like stars, clustered and scattered in constellations. The usher and the pallid knight lead you up a trail carved into the edge of the cavern. Two identical cave mouths wait up ahead, and you follow the usher to one of them. Standing at the edge and gazing down, you see an endless, ever-changing plain bisected by a road. Only then do you realize that you're no longer on said road. As you follow the path to the point where it disappears below you, you realize that you're standing in one of the eye sockets of a massive skull. The usher points to the road. Archdruid Reston appears below you. He's just as you remembered him, stern and smooth-skinned. Yet with each step along the road he grows, swelling with blood and essence. His heavy steps become slower and slower until he stops altogether. His distended body fills the path completely.
You met a dwarf traveling this road. What did you do?
I set him moving again. The knight's flesh is taut against her skull. She nods once, barely dipping her chin.
Life is kinetic. Forward motion. 100 beginnings and endings nested within 1,000,000 more.
As Reston's swollen body ruptures, the effect is like a dam bursting. Ghostly fingers, as hazy and indistinct as wisps of smoke, continue along the cleared path. Some tumble and rush along, while others amble and drift. All of them, however, continue forward. The usher directs your attention to another figure moving down the path. This time, you see Hyovate Irona. As she follows the road, her movements become slow and erratic. Her legs creak with each step, and her feet grow long, thick roots that burrow into the ground. She finally stops, rooted in place.
You found a tree that had lived for centuries. Its roots were deep, and its boughs sheltered many. Why did you cut it down?
It was a parasite. While its branches sheltered others, its roots were sucking them dry.
All draw their life's energy from the deaths of others. This is why all must remain part of the cycle of death and rebirth. No creature may be a closed loop unto itself.
Arona's body petrifies below, and the shimmering leaves of her hair blow down the path. You seek another who has lived his lives on the brink of the cycle. He sits on the inside of the wheel, observing its revolutions. With each life, he is plucked from the stream and returned to it intact. Thaos has trapped thousands of souls for Wotica. I've got to stop him.
If you know this much, then another god has already spoken with you, and given you half of the answer.
Thaos serves Wotica. She desires an escape from her own cycle, power without decline. Thaos has removed thousands of souls from the cycle so that their essence might empower her. The black depths of her eyes threaten to swallow you. You must stop him, and you must return them to the cycle. What end would it serve for to send the souls back into the cycle? I mean, if I send them to strengthen the Deerwood, they'll eventually find their way there anyway. Attending to these souls is a question of stability, Watcher, of maintaining the natural order of the world and the ebb and flow of essence. Couldn't they be returned to the Hollowborn? Oh, cool. As battered bird and things, do you mix soured wine with fresh? The kindness you seek lies in giving them a new beginning, not in shackling them to this life. Cycles are changeless and monotonous. Surely there's a better alternative? The illusion of revolution? It is merely part of another cycle, and a painful one. True change has structure, geometry. It is the product of cycles within cycles, a thousand gears spinning and moving the universe by degrees. All right, I get it. Yeah, why do you need my help? The gods guide souls through the cycle of death and rebirth, but Era is the domain of mortals. Okay, so basically you're just telling me you don't interfere, except for you do interfere. Okay, let's go to the Sun and Shadow now.
No mortal can survive the descent into the pit. But there are souls on the burial isle that are pledged to me. I will grant them to you, and they shall bear you down safely, as well as light the way beyond.
A multitude appears at the other end of the road, raising their voices and kicking up dust as they make their way toward you. Return them to the Cycle Watcher. Promise that you will, and I shall give you power befitting a champion of death. The Pallid Knight raises a finger. Accept my favor, however, and I will demand this decision as your due. I collect from all mortals in time. I'm gonna hear what the other gods have to say first. I don't like or dislike your option, but I mean, I want to know what. First of all, I want to know if Andra wants to kill me, and I also want to know what Hylia has to say. Hopefully, there's. Right now, I'm liking Gallowayne, um, Magran's, and Abaddon's option, even though I don't like Magran or Gallowayne. I don't mind Abaddon, but I don't like the other two. Strengthening the Durwood is. I think that's a pretty good option. Putting the souls back in those whites probably isn't going to help. And sending the souls to go back into the wheel, which I guess is just their version of reincarnation. I if I'm sending the souls to strengthen the Durwood, it's just gonna all go back anyway. So what's the difference? It's gonna pervert her cycle, yeah, sure. But these gods are all psychopaths anyway. They're all screwed up in the head. Let's see what I believe to do now. Okay, so I've gotta speak. I've gotta go to Old Song and close the Frost-hewn breach. Okay, and then another goddamn dragon. I wonder how that's gonna end. I mean, the Audra dragon wasn't that bad. I never did fight that Arctic dragon. I'll have to remember to do that before the end. See how tough it is. And there's also one quest as well I have to do. Somebody sent an assassin after me to get Consul Hout's phylactery. Obviously, they're jealous of my Archmage powers. I'll have to beat them down too, probably. Let me think here. That's done. That's Lylea's shrine. So this is where I've got to go next. Hello again, Veskel. Please don't make me kill all of you. Looking for the frost-hewn breach. The barest flush rises in her pale cheeks. As I said, only the shrine in the eastern wing is open. The rest of the temple is closed to visitors right now. Suggest that you make your devotions there and leave. Her cheeks flushed, Washer. Perhaps she misinterpreted what you meant by frost-hewn breach. Oh, Durance, you. That's all. Oh god, you're gonna make me kill all of you, aren't you? Oh, fine. I guess I'll kill all of you. Great. Alright, I guess I'll have to wait till he leaves, then steal the key. Oh, wrong button.
Hmm?
God.
I shall.
I'll give it a try, at least. As requested.
Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Okay, we're good. Oh, okay, we're not good.
Death, take you! Death,
Wait, why am I on this side of the door now? Okay, whatever.
take you!
Here, have fun with the tentacles. Rescue me, guys.
Yes?
My mind feels sharp as steel.
There we go.
I bring. It's not working!
Your will, Watcher.
Bob.
My mind feels sharp as steel.
yours.
Be cautious. Be constant.
Okay, we're not going to be able to avoid this. Fine.
Following your lead.
Slowly now.
Something over there.
Over where? Oh, I think it's a trap. Never mind.
As requested.
I'm here.
A young Orlin scrambles on the stone floor, pressing her back against the wall and baring her teeth at you. Her fur is patchy and matted. As you step into the room, she squints and turns her large ears towards you. A heavy sigh escapes her tiny body. Beasts, take me. My eyes mistook you for one of them. Please, get me out of here. What happened? When Noonfrost began freezing the lake, my sister Lara sent me to seek out the cause. She scowls at the dingy room. Pale Elf Estromorn seized me before I could report back. These Pale Elves are behind it. They showed up in Twin Elms not long ago saying they wanted to see to the upkeep of Noonfrost. I don't know how, but they opened the frost-hewn breach at the back of the temple. Sucks warmth and life straight into their frozen god's barren domain. They've got to be stopped. It's only a matter of time before the cold spreads further. Alright. It isn't safe yet, so wait here until I clear a path. Please hurry.
Something over there.
Well, now that means I have to kill them all. Oh well. So much for my pacifist ways, I suppose.
Your thoughts must... flow deep. Deep.
Yes?
Into the fray! This one's here.
Not a sound.
I can do that. As requested.
Oh boy. Let's A little bit of a big group of them.
Hmm?
I've got an idea, though. Hopefully this works. Got them all. Sweet. Okay. Ouch.
Yes?
My mind feels sharp as...
I'm here.
Following your lead. Following your...
My mind feels sharp as steel.
Here's a lesson to be taught.
I'm here.
Step lightly.
As you near the platform, the temperature drops sharply. Something saps every last bit of warmth from the air, leaving the breath of your lungs cold as it escapes your lips. You see a doorway filled in with glowing ice. Silhouetted against it is an elven man, his arms outstretched.
What have you done? This useless slaughter, Please, just let me finish what we came here to do.
Rimmergrand sent me here to close the Frost-hewn breach. His red eyes widen. You are a man of compassion. Would you trap us here another 100 lifetimes? He shakes his head. Worrying is creeping back into his eyes. We can't continue like this. We've got to find a way into the White Void. The White Void?
Rimagon's domain. A place where all things are mingled like snowflakes in a blizzard. It's a vortex of such chaos that even the Beast of Winter himself could not calculate the trajectory of the infinite particles of essence there. As souls are broken down over successive reincarnations, they become part of the White Void. It is a place where all things find perfect unity and freedom. The Frost-hewn breach is a weak spot in the barrier between us and the White Void. Thin ice on a frozen lake. We've come from the White that wends to find it.
In a way, the White Void is what the Nalpaska seek as well. But for us, it is a state of mind. These elves lack imagination. Freedom cannot be enjoyed in oblivion. And you want to open the breach.
So that we can die permanently. We've lived more lifetimes than any mortal should. We've been faithful followers of Rimagon since our earliest incarnations. He's the god of entropy. Why would he force us to be reborn again and again?
Because all the gods in this universe are
But if
assholes?
anything could pass through the Frost-hewn breach, it would enter directly into the White Void. This death is overdue for us. We just have to find a way through.
Wormagrin gave me this ice shard to close the breach. Perhaps it'll let you through. I don't know. Glassful cups his hands around the shard, his face lit by its frozen glow. A token from the Beast of Winter himself. He closes his hands around the frozen crystal. You've given us a gift that has been denied us to centuries. Thank you. He summons the rest of the Pale Elves, and they gather around the frost-hewn breach. Okay. That is not what I wanted to do, by the way. I didn't want to give them what they wanted. So now I'm going to have to fucking reload and do that all over again. I should have saved. At least they're not tough. I thought that that meant that they would seal the breach themselves and then converse with their god. If there is one thing I find annoying, it's that a lot of these choices aren't super clear.
I shall.
In any case, it's not going to take me long to slaughter them all over again. Now that I know what I'm doing.
Let's see what lies this way. I'll give it a try, at least. As requested.
Death take you!
It's not working!
See now what the flame has shown us?
As requested.
Yes?
Yeah. Took me about 2 or 3 minutes to catch up to where I was already. Well, this should be fairly quick as well. Nice scream. You go here. You do this. You shoot that paladin in the back, and I do. Where is it? No. Nice. Screw it. I'll just do this.
Your thoughts must flow deep.
Yes?
Join arms!
My mind feels sharp as steel. I shall.
I'll give it a try, at least. As requested.
I'm ready.
Hmm? Damn it, that's so annoying.
Where I bring
boy. Oh, not cool.
This ends here.
Zawa is ready.
Yes?
Not a sound.
Be cautious. Be constant.
I'll give it a try, at least. I'll give it a try, at least, as requested. As requested.
I'm here.
Ulu Sen!
I can do that.
So I'm just clearing this out so I can get the that Orlin out of here this time.
I can do that. As requested.
The better part of valor.
Be cautious. Be constant.
I'm here.
If secrets whisper here, I shall...
Okay, here we go.
Let's keep quiet.
So I think I'm going to use something a little bit more powerful as my first strike. Catch me if you can! Catch me if you can! Okay, well, they didn't really come to catch me. Just kind of gave up halfway. Go after the paladin, I guess? Whoa. Okay.
I'm here.
Following. Listen! Right away.
My mind feels sharp as steel.
Well, the way sure as hell is clear now. At least I think it is. No, I guess not.
I shall listen for them.
Brave Dalfila. I'll give it a try, at least. As
Okay, that should
requested.
be it. It should be all of them. Unless there's some in here. I think there might be.
Let's see what lies this way. Brave Dal.
Of course.
Okay, we've killed everybody. You're good to go.
What's this?
She turns towards the hall, her large ears angled forward. As fast as my feet can carry me. Thank you. And be careful. Don't worry, we're gonna escort you out. Don't worry about it. Just in case I was wrong. Okay, good stuff. And now we kill some heretics. Huh? Oh, I didn't realize it was that low on food. We'll have to stock up for next time.
What have you done? This useless slaughter, Please, just let me finish what we came here to do.
Nah, Rimmergrant sent me to close this, and you guys all need to die apparently, so that's my only choice. That is a lot of little foxes. Foxes? Yeah, foxes sticking their tongue out at me. Thank you, Zill. Appreciate it, man. How you doing? Roomguard sent me to close the Frostune breach. Fine. You want to die? I can help you with that. I just don't have the patience for you crazy people right now. Actually, before we rush in, let me...
I'm here.
Apparently we're not in
Be
a
cautious.
fight with them yet?
Be constant.
Feeling foxy. What are you up to on this episode of Dragon Pillar Z? Um, I prayed to a god and he told me to kill all of
I'm
his...
ready.
He told me to kill all his followers, so I'm
Following your...
doing what he asked. I'm gonna kill all his followers. 'Cause that's, you know, what he told me to do. Well, no, man, I got nothing else. That's literally it.
Do you see? Oh.
How about you? Hell yeah, kill them followers. Yeah, well, that's what their god wants me to do, so whatever. It's like I said, I'm done arguing. I'm just gonna kill them, and then their goddamn god, you know, literally sort them out. Good for them. At least I won't have to deal with them anymore.
I'm here.
Right, let's plug the hole with Rimmergrand's shard. The shard fits perfectly. As it settles into place, the cold around the altar dissipates. Similarly, the portal before you seems to thicken, and the mysterious seepage tapers off. Well, we did it.
I'm here.
Once more, I had to kill everybody to do it. But now we can go speak with Rimmergrand and get his side of the story, see what he wants us to do with all of those souls. Then the last god, I've got to, I assume, go kill a dragon. Unfortunately, that's going to have to wait for till tomorrow. I'm going to probably most certainly call it after I speak with Rimmergrand, as I am losing my voice with all the narrating. But I'm not yet tired, so I'll probably be in Discord, Zill, if you want to chat. It's been a while. We could do a little catching up. Oh, here's Alwa. The Orland stands under the open sky, taking deep breaths of fresh air. Feels like I've been reborn. She thumps you on the shoulder. Come by the Maw sometime. The rest of the Fangs will want to meet the cunning Estremor who freed me. Yeah, sure. I don't know why I'm cunning. I just murdered a whole bunch of people. Last time I checked, that doesn't make you cunning, just bloodthirsty? "29 foxes. My God, Sil. It was really generous of you. Oh, what's this? You gain reputation with the Fangs and Twin Elms. I don't care. Only thing I care about is speaking with all the gods. I don't want to ruin that. Not for my first playthrough. Later on, I can be like, I can do whatever I want, because it won't matter. This matters to me. First playthrough, my decisions must go through the way I want them to go through. Then I'll pay the consequences. Alright, here we go. Pray to Rimmergand. You pray again, and the vision of the white plain emerges. The driving wind returns in a chaos of whirling snow. Something moves at the center of the blizzard, plodding but relentless. As the snowstorm gets closer, you see an aurochs, as colossal and slow as a glacier. Its shaggy white hair is matted with frost, but beneath it, ribs like a ship's frame protrude. The beast of winter! I've seen its shape prowling the walls of many an ancient ruin. A man, emaciated and almost naked, huddles at the beast's legs. His body is scored with lash marks, and his nose and ears have been carved from his face. His black eyes pierce the white out. The aurochs stops and stands before you, enveloping you in the violent blizzard that surrounds it. Though its mouth does not move, the beast speaks in a deep, thunderous voice.
A clan of Glamfelin ventured from the white that wends to find the crack in the ice. When you sealed it, you damned their souls to a slow weathering here, one they had sought to escape.
Your souls will eventually break down. Besides, that's what you wanted me to do.
Entropy is not the sudden, violent combustion of heat and flame. It is a slow progression. Fragment by fragment, the elements wear even the mountains to dust.
The world shudders beneath you, and a great crack echoes across the white expanse. The ice splits at your feet, waves lapping through the rift. A low, melancholy voice rises from the depths.
I did not expect we would meet again so soon. You destroyed the army that threatened your life.
Yeah, I didn't think I would, and I'm told I need your help.
What is it you seek?
Huh. Well, no, I'm not going to be selfish here. The thousands of souls that Thaos has stolen for Wotica.
Thaos has removed these souls from the cycle. They are ice melting in the sun. Let them fade.
Let them forget this world and be forgotten by it.
Take the souls she so desires and grind them into dust. Let her see her careful schemes thoroughly ruined.
The souls have served their purpose. Their absence caused great suffering. They will be remembered no matter their fate. For several seconds, the waves wash quietly against the ice, and the aurochs stands against the ice, and the aurochs stand silently amid the churning flurries.
It is the destiny of all things to crumble and join the chaos that follows this world. Some seek it willingly, as you have seen.
To mingle, roiled and stirred by the tides of the universe. It is not an unkind fate.
You gods are insane.
I am the beast of winter.
I neither speed nor alter my path for the whims and desires of Kith. I take souls at the time of my choosing, be it mote by mote or in a sudden tempest of chaos.
These souls, they have already forgotten their place in this world. They have been lost to existence. Let them be memorialized and mourned for an age and then forgotten entirely.
Definitely not helping you guys out.
When you reach the burial isle, we will send lost souls to guide you through the pit. This is our gift to you. What you do after you face Thaos will be your choice, but we would have you set the stolen essence adrift.
And whether you would heed us or no, understand that our end comes to all things eventually. Help us achieve it, and we shall reward you now with a power to rival Thaos's.
But do not choose lightly. We forget nothing, least of all a betrayal.
Yeah, I'm gonna listen to what Hylia has to
Do
say.
not wait forever. We wait, but Thaos does not.
Jesus Christ, these gods are absolutely insane. Hopefully Hylia has... It looks like I'm going to be going with Magran, Abaddon, and Galawain as an option. Barath as a second choice. I don't know what Hylia's going to have to say. I've got to go kill a dragon.
Of course.
But they are insane. They're all crazy, actually. These gods are nuts. Anyway, guys, it's been a blast, but I'm going to call it here. I've been streaming for quite a while, and I have to take care of some things. And also hopefully catch up with a friend on Discord. We'll see how that works out. Otherwise, I wish you an excellent day or night, and hopefully everything will be well, and I'll be able to catch you tomorrow. Take care of yourselves. Thank you very much, Zil, for your kind donation, because that's what bits are. So thank you, and I appreciate all the support. Thank you guys for watching. Take care, and hopefully I'll catch you tomorrow. I'll let you know via Discord. Derek Slide out.